Hi everyone. Today I'm talking to Sarah. Hi Sarah.
Hi.
I was a guest on her channel a while ago and I really enjoyed our conversation. And so during that conversation, Sarah shared with me bits and pieces about her own journey. And so I got interested in hearing more about it. So I thought, why not inviting her back on my channel so then she can share with us her story. So Sarah, where does your story begin?
Yeah. So is the question where to begin? Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, I guess I could start with I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area. And I was born in Berkeley, grew up in Oakland, and if anyone knows about Oakland, California, it's a very diverse, like really incredibly diverse culture and very highly political, very like social justice oriented space. And I grew up with two parents that were very like socially minded. Like my mom was a social worker and my dad was in like nonprofits and government and public service. And my dad was Chinese American. My mom was like we say like Mayflower American, like way back to like the beginning of the US. Um,
Wow.
so a lot of like my culture growing up was around like how to bridge divides between like two identities,
Mm-hmm.
like different cultures, different like classes, and like how do you like bring people together in organizing and things like that. And I just felt like that maybe naturally was just how I thought like about things growing up. Like one of my first questions that I remember like a memory of asking was we were walking down the street in Oakland when I was really young, and I saw someone who was unsheltered on the street, like asking for money. And something about that moment really struck me where I just wanted to know, like, why? Like, why is this person asking for money? What's the situation? And I asked my parents, like, can we go talk to that person? Can we go to where they are staying? Can we talk to more of them? Like, I was just so curious about people in that way, and really, like, from a young age, was very interested in how I could be of any help to folks that were just seemingly not getting what they needed. And so that was kind of like a lot of the way that I thought, or the way I was raised in that kind of environment.
Mm-hmm.
But I also feel like I was raised feeling a little bit different, like split between different worlds because I was like half Chinese, half white. And then my parents split when I was very young, like 3. So like those early years of my life were like a lot of, I don't remember, but I have heard a lot of conflict, a lot of like, um, a lot of strife kind of in that breakup, and being split between two homes, two worlds. And so my mom lived more in like a suburban, like rural kind of suburban area. My dad was in the city in Oakland. And so I remember like driving between the two homes, like through a tunnel and feeling like I'd be transported from one world to the other. And that was even like my college essay that I wrote was like about being split between these two worlds and like how to bridge two
Yeah.
worlds.
Yeah.
And I see now how that kind of like is a through line through my spiritual journey too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because I was like,
I
oh,
immediately started
yeah,
thinking this is such a good metaphor for where
yeah,
I suppose we're going.
yeah. I
Yeah.
like, I didn't, because at the time I was like, oh, this is like the metaphor for like how I like to connect with people. Like, because I always really was interested in people. But I was like, oh, I didn't realize this would actually be how I connect to myself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that we're like have these different parts of ourselves that we're not bridging the gap between or not seeing the connection between. And
Mm-hmm.
but anyway, yeah, so I think growing up, I felt always a little bit like of an oddball too, just in my own way. Like I was always also more of an observer, I think, than most kids. Like I would sort of see what kids were up to and be like, why are they doing that? And like, and sort of just like taking it in and like, um, and being more of like noticing things and in that kind of mode. And I guess as I grew up, there was also a lot of things happening at home with, there's struggle in my family with my sibling and there was a fair amount of like emotional abuse and just like a lot of like strife at home that at that time, I don't think I would have been able, I know I wouldn't have been able to identify as that because it was normal. And
Yes.
it wasn't until later that I even knew that term or like, and I think just I didn't have any contrast to like what that experience was. And I just thought, oh, this is how we manage home life. And as a kid, my way to adapt to that was to kind of achieve and be like more like perfect, be the one that like did things well or did
Yeah.
things
And
right.
doesn't cause any trouble. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Because like my sibling was the one that was like, that didn't follow the norms.
Hmm.
And so like there couldn't be two of us. So I kind of took on that role of not only being like the one that wanted to serve my community, but like do it really perfectly and and just achieve in that way. So like I like did really well in school and in sports and like and I was in leadership and running like fundraisers for like international human rights when I was like in from like middle school through, I was very young, like
That's
doing that kind of
incredible.
stuff.
Hmm.
And yeah, it was I got a lot of like affirmation, like this is good stuff to do, like but I think also in that there was a way that there were other aspects of me like I couldn't show or couldn't be like, right? Like I couldn't show that I was struggling and that actually like unbeknownst to me even, like I was numbing through a lot of that process, like through overeating, binge eating, and like watching TV, binge TV watching. And, but that was kind of behind the scenes, where like, and my family, it was normal in our family. So no one in my family like pointed it out as something to resolve. So I kind of just went through my childhood using those coping mechanisms, like of like taking food into my room or like going and watching hours of TV and then somehow pulling through like a good grade on the test. But like that was like the end of a process of like a lot of like freeze. Now I see as like sort of that freeze response in the body of like being very overwhelmed constantly and managing a lot and then being depressed, like underneath that too, like depressing a lot of emotion and being a very sensitive kid, just like super deep feeling sensitive but unable to really have a space to feel that. So that's just like, I think a lot of folks who talk about service, especially in spirituality, like they're like, just serve, it's like, that's what you need to do to like find a purpose in life. And I'm like, I was serving really hard since I was a little kid. And that wouldn't have gotten me out of all of my emotional suffering. But I think, especially for folks who, there's a lot of groups that are conditioned to serve, like women are conditioned to serve, their families and to groups or like even more like like minority communities are
Hmm.
serving more of like systems that, of oppression that like, how do we kind of conform to like serve something that's like in
Hmm.
control? And so I think it's just like something I've noticed like through this journey of like, oh, it's like be careful with that service thing because like I heard a lot of advice that confused me along the way that like, oh, you just serve, service is the thing. And depends who you are. If you're someone who's more self-centered, then service may be the thing that you need. But if you're more service oriented, like I needed to turn to myself
Yeah.
actually and be more self-centered. But I continued through like high school, college in this like hyper service kind of way, and then suffering silently, kind of in my own, just in my like own room and things. But through that too, growing up, I did have this like inner relationship with what I knew as is like a God kind of presence. Um, and but it was private. Like I didn't grow up with religion really. We would go to church sometimes, like on Christmas or Easter.
Mm-hmm.
But I remembered as a kid, I felt like this presence inside me. Like it wasn't outside of me, like people talked about God. It was like literally in my belly.
Wow.
And I remember like I would ask this presence inside me questions. So I like in elementary school, I remember like being on the elementary school blacktop, like dealing with kid questions, like, oh, like what would happen if I swore, if I said a bad word? Like, would you be okay with that? And I'd ask
Mm-hmm.
the like God in my belly
Yeah.
that question. And it would always come with this like this unconditional love answer, which was like, it doesn't matter. Like I would love you regardless. And for like a perfectionistic kind of kid, like that was really wild to me. I was like, really?
I bet. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, and I still didn't lean into that. Like I still didn't swear very
Yeah.
often. But I remember that because there was no one in my life telling me that, like you could do whatever and you would be loved regardless, and so that having that sense that there was something like that presence within me that could confirm that was really, I remember like that connection really well. At some point, I think when like Santa Claus and all the other things started like being revealed, I just stopped going to that God in myself to ask questions. But I still think I just had like more of an intuition, more of like a natural intuition, that more of an embodied intuition in a lot of decisions that I made in my life. Um, I'm much more like fluid, I guess, than like and less planning and making decisions.
Yeah. Yeah.
And and so I think that's how it expressed later. But yeah, the only other thing that like was kind of different too was growing up, I knew that I would also lucid dream when I was a kid, and somehow I taught myself to do that. And I just like was going to sleep one night and I like started meditating like when I was really young, and I would just meditate on what world I wanted to create. And until I fell asleep and I was in it.
Wow. That's
And
incredible.
yeah, so that was like, it's funny later, yeah, like discovering that that's a thing that like Buddhist
People
monks
do.
are trained to do. Yeah, I know. I was like, oh, like that's what I was doing as a kid, and I took it for granted. Like I didn't know that because I also didn't tell anyone because I was creating worlds that like were my fantasies as a kid,
Yeah. Yeah.
I was flying over my elementary school kind of thing. So it wasn't like super exciting, probably
Sounds
to
very Harry Potter.
yeah, it was. Yeah,
Effectively.
totally. Yeah, it was. It totally was. It was like my version of that. Like, how can I
Yeah.
feel the way I wanted to feel
Yeah.
in this world that I could just imagine. But I controlled it. So it was like, I could decide in the dream. I was very like lucid, like where I want to go, who I wanted to spend time with, like how I wanted to like bring it all together. And I think in a sense, I realized like there was always kind of like a spiritual discipline, I guess, in me, in like, because that took like a certain amount of like
Yeah.
committed discipline to meditate on those things and to like bring up those images and to like
But the
be with.
fact that you even knew how to learn and you knew that it requires that discipline as a kid,
Yeah,
that is just astounding. Did you look up,
yeah.
I'm sorry to digress just for a second, but did you look up the planets in your 12th? Do you have planets in your 12th house?
I actually have so Gemini is my 12th house and then
Right,
with Chiron in it.
right.
So yeah, and I guess like I've, folks will tell me that like because that and then I'm a Cancer rising and I have my North Node in Pisces in the ninth house. There's a lot of these like very spiritual, like more
Yeah,
intuitive, the Taurus moon. It's
yeah,
more of these like intuitive spiritual
right.
indicators in my chart
Yeah,
that because like lucid dreaming is a very like intuitive practice, it's
yeah,
like because you're acknowledging like this is working with your sleep cycle in a
yeah.
way that's yeah, in a sense, like you're working with more of these like psychic kind of spheres of. Yeah, I also have Mercury in my ninth house in
Mm-hmm.
Pisces too, which I think is like it's like that communication with
Yes, yes,
spirit
yes.
and with
Beautiful.
energy, which
Yeah,
has
yeah.
is definitely a theme of my journey too. And I think that's yeah, and I yeah, it's interesting because my first astrology reading I got the first thing she said and wrote at the top of my chart was like, "You are extremely psychic." And I
Yes.
was like,
Yeah,
what? Because that wasn't even something I had any context around.
yeah.
But now, having done things in that realm, like more intentionally, it's like, oh, I think another way of saying that, and depending on your orientation, is like being very intuitive, just like
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
sensing things, like just knowing God was in my belly and that like that I could
And
lucid dream.
communicating with,
Yeah,
the
right,
those realms, right? In general, with
right.
Mercury and Pisces. I mean, it's literally textbook,
Yeah,
kind of
right. Yeah.
situation. So yeah, beautiful.
I kind of went into the world thinking I was going to be like a public servant and keep serving my community and just finding I was in a lot of like international human rights stuff, women's rights, climate change, just really devoted to those kind of subjects. And
Mm-hmm.
I worked in DC for a little while on like anti-poverty programs but then I decided it didn't feel real enough, It felt too conceptual. Like I was at a desk and I just kind of like remember getting that first job out of college laughing, being like, who gave me an office? Like what, like why am I here? It didn't feel right.
Yeah.
And so it always felt like I was kind of trying to get closer to something real,
Mm-hmm.
something that was tangible and
Mm-hmm.
something that felt grounded. And I decided to go to, I actually cold emailed this organization in India. And I was like, I knew they were doing amazing work. And I was just like, hey, do you guys need help? And they were like, yeah. And then we just did this Skype interview, and then they sponsored my visa to go to India for a
Mm-hmm.
year. And I think being there and doing that and just feeling intuitively that's where I needed to be. Um, and being in India felt like my first experience, you could say, with flow, with like that sense of being in the right place at the right time and feeling the way that people operate also in India with still being connected to their bodies, like still being in tune with spirit in that kind of like energetic sense of however you want to call that. Like that when you are in a street in India and there's like rickshaws going this way and elephants going this way and monkeys going this way, and then none of them are hitting each other. That to me was like in itself like a whole opening of like, how does that work when no one's following the rules? And yet everyone's going the right way. That's like what the way is. It's
It's
just like,
astounding. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, it's incredible. And I just loved that feeling. Like I took a rickshaw to work every day. And that feeling of being in the flow. Like I was carried, literally carried by it because I wasn't the one driving. If I drove, I would get in an accident.
It would be a
That's
different
yeah.
experience.
And actually I got hit by a motorcycle within like my first few weeks I was a pedestrian. I got hit
Oh no.
because I didn't know how to be in flow. I didn't know how to sense who was coming and what, because I was an American coming to India, like trying to walk in a straight line, but there's no straight lines when you're in that space. So it was, I think it really stuck with me as that kind of like, there's something else where there's a more natural flow to it.
Gosh, that's
And
so
that
beautiful. It's such a beautiful way to talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's beautiful too just to know that there are other cultures that still have that sense of flow, and are being interrupted by other cultures, but like it's very embodied and normal for so many cultures to still feel that. Um, and not to speak for all Indians or anything like that, but where I was at, I could feel that. And that year was just really like so many synchronicities lined up in a way that was like, like what is my life? Like, um, I ended up working, the organization asked me to work with the founder of the organization, which I didn't even think I'd meet her because she's kind of this well-known elder in the
Mm-hmm.
world.
Mm-hmm.
She passed recently, but she worked with like Desmond Tutu and like,
Mm-hmm.
Nelson Mandela, and she was like that level of like a just a wise being. And one day, like they're like, Sarah, just get on that moped, get on the back of it. You're gonna go meet someone. And I was like, what?
Wow.
And it took that trust of like, okay, here I go. Like, just got to India. Here we go. I've never been to India before. I got in the back of this moped and they like delivered me to her door. And she opens the door and I could feel, I think for the first time, the sense of being in the presence of someone wise, like really wise, like someone who was fully embodying her wisdom, you
Mm.
know? And it felt like being in the presence of like a female Yoda. Like she was that
Yeah.
size
Yeah.
too. She had that
Yeah.
like sort of mischievous grin too. And she sent me on a journey. She actually is like, I have a task for you. I have actually three tasks for you. And it's very like um yeah, it was very surreal for me. She's like, I need you to go to a small village and find a woman and ask her where she got her soap. I
Mm-hmm.
need you to go to a medium-sized village and ask the man where he got his shirt. And then I need you to go to a large city. I need you to ask people where they got their bread. And it was this like, very like, felt like to me being in a movie. I was like, this is the
Is that a
start of the
code for
epic. Yeah.
something?
Yeah. It's like a mythic
Are we
journey
really
to
talking about soap or like
yeah, Well, yeah, in the end, because it turns out what she was doing was she was about to write her last book before she died. And it was this culmination of all of her wisdom of learning. She was in the Gandhian movement, like of Gandhi's um real like a value system of sovereignty, of this idea of like local ability to provide for your own needs, to know what your community needed, and to resist like these outer powers like the British, right, that were
Yeah.
trying to take resources and exploit the Indian population. So, but to to come into power, Gandhi's idea was like, come back to yourself.
Yeah.
Like the radical thing was to make his own clothes. Like the symbol of India and of Gandhi was the loom or the hand loom of cotton loom,
Mm-hmm.
or cotton wheel, and that was so radical to make your own clothes, to be able to reclaim food, to reclaim salt, like the salt march, because that's where our power, or their power was given away, was by putting it outside to an external power. So what she was setting me on was this journey to like see how each of these basic goods were either connected to the local community or to an like, a bigger system of like the global market. And that kind of set me on a different question of like, what does it mean to have like a sense of, you could say like sovereignty or a sense of like agency,
Mm-hmm.
in a community,
Mm-hmm.
that's, trying to provide for its basic needs. And I went on that journey. I met a young woman in the village. I went to the like large city and I talked to people, and did all this research and then sat with her for hours on end at her home and just like had these conversations with her. And I was just like so lucky to be able to sit with this wise person who had decades and decades of experience working with people, basically trying to help people see their own power, like see their own
Yeah.
ability
Yeah.
to provide for themselves and to also come together in community to do that, and not in any way of power over, but like to actually like remove the power over and then come together in this like communal way. Their symbol was a banyan tree. So it was like the center of the banyan tree is the stump, maybe that central organization, but the the branches turn into the roots. And
Yeah.
so it's very much the circular, like non-hierarchical
Mm-hmm.
way of relating. And so that just like seeing them in motion and seeing how they worked, it was very in flow, very intuitive. Like, and people from all over the world would try to study them, like, the UN and like the World Bank. And they're like, what's going on? Why are they so magical? This organization was doing amazing things. They were like 2 million women strong.
Incredible.
And somehow they were doing this work without having the like normal things we think of as Westerners,
Mm-hmm.
like certain structures and like, ways, rules and regulations that like they just didn't operate that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so like I just felt like I got so much probably more out of that experience than I hope I gave, you know. But it gave me a sense of I needed to understand a bit more of what it meant for me personally to connect to what that looked like for my own community, for like my own self. Like, what does it look like to come back to, because I was so outward, like focused,
Yeah.
to come a little bit more inward to like, oh, what are my own clothes, my own food, my own. And so I think that was the beginning of like a much more inward journey. I guess I would say, there's something probably you could say spiritual about the whole thing, but like there wasn't a conscious seeking of of spiritual as like a category. But I think like there was always a seeking in me, right?
Yeah,
To
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah, exactly.
to
Yeah.
serve, right? To serve, to find some sense of like I did always feel like there was a sense of also as a young kid, like something, not only just that God, but like a sense of a bigger love, something like else that like I was trying to complete
Mm-hmm.
by serving, by like being in that, like giving. And but it wasn't actually until the end of that year in India, this is like where the thing kind of shifted, where um, I was at a friend's house in a rural place in India, and I got this text message and like a bunch of missed calls, and I was like, "What's going on?" And it turned out that my friend and at the time, my partner's roommate had committed suicide. And everything in that moment, I was just like, I'd never experienced anything like that before. I had lost like another friend actually just few years before in a tragic accident. But this was different. It felt like it was so close to home, and this friend, yeah, they were very spiritual actually in a way. I didn't put it in those terms, but like when we sat together, we would talk like big,
Yeah.
sort of cosmic questions, and we would be like in that soulful kind of like
Yeah.
conversation where you really were like going deep. And so this was someone like I associated with those kinds of explorations. And yeah, one day like he was just gone, and it was so perplexing. Like it was just, there was no answers. Like why? It wasn't like, oh, something led up to this and it was expected, or like we feared it. It wasn't like that at all. So it just kind of radically shattered, I think, my partner at the time and I, our sense of reality. And it was just so fracturing and disruptive. And so I I actually left India early to be with my partner at that time, because it was so, it was just so overwhelming, especially for him, because it was his roommate. Like now he was just like here with this apartment without this person, and all of his things were just there. And like, what was he to do? It just felt too much. And so I spent the rest of that summer with him in that apartment. And I even remember like just when I arrived soon after, I went to do laundry and I opened up the either the washer or the dryer, and his clothes was still in there. Like our friends' clothes were still in there. And it was like, it was so, like how could he have gone to do his laundry? And he had plans to meet up with friends that week.
Right. Right.
And he also somehow decided to kill himself that week. And it was like, it was
Wow.
so
Yeah.
jarring. And also at the time, it sent, I think it sent both of us into like this just emotional turbulence and like whirlwind that we were not capable of, like really, we didn't have the capacity to hold. But I was trying to be the one to serve, I was still trying to hold that sort of identity. And my partner was sent into like a deep depression, and was also like in that place where I was worried, like what would happen. And I was desperate because it didn't seem like anything was working. And the only thing that seemed to like he was willing to work with or to do with me was to do meditation
Mm-hmm.
and to read Thich Nhat Hanh, which who's a Zen Buddhist
Mm-hmm.
teacher, amazing resource, like with so many books. And we started reading his books, and then we went to this meditation class together. And I thought like, oh, like I'll go to support my partner because like he's the one that's really in the hole, like I'm here to serve, like I'm okay, like
Yeah.
um but I remember like driving to meditation class. I was late. I was super stressed about being late. And I got there, they're all there, and I sit down and I just like, as soon as the silence hits, I just start bawling and I'm just like crying. I have all these emotions, and I feel like ashamed I have these emotions. I'm like, where are these coming from? Like, I'm okay. What's the thing? And I think that was the beginning of really realizing like, oh, I need this too. Like I need help too.
Mm-hmm.
And I need meditation too. And I can't sit still. I can't feel my body. We do these body scans and it would be very difficult for me to feel your toes. And I'm like, I how
Where
does
are
one do
they?
that? Like, what
Where
do
can I
you
find
mean?
them?
Yeah. And so I just feel like that was the beginning of like opening to like a formal spiritual path. And just practice. And since my partner was actually very like disciplined, like we
Mm-hmm.
would do it together every day, or like at least when we were together, we'd try to practice or we'd talk about it. We'd like exchange books. And I still have like a book that he gifted me of Thich Nhat Hanh's, and like we'd write to each other about it. And so I think, yeah, that was the beginning of really consciously choosing a spiritual path. I always feel like I think there was all that kind of there, but it was that suffering, really, like the extreme suffering that
Yeah.
necessitated that. Yeah, and it's like when you can't stop, like you can't claim you don't suffer anymore.
Yes.
When
Yeah.
it's like so obvious
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, because that is kind of the thing, right? Like when you get later on the path, you start to realize, oh, it's the resistance to this suffering, right? That's the thing that's been holding this like floodgate where the emotions and everything couldn't be expressed, they couldn't be let out, is because like my feeling like I'm not suffering. That's actually the wall to not suffering.
Yeah.
And ironically, is thinking that you don't suffer. And I think that so it's like this feeling like, oh no, no, like I'm okay. And most people, because everyone around you kind of feels and looks the same. So it's like we're all doing fine. Like, but
Yeah.
it's only until you like then you open that door, you realize,
Mm-hmm.
oh shit, there's like a lot here. There's a
Mm-hmm.
lot.
Yeah.
And and actually I think that, I was kind of uncomfortable, like really going into I was meditating, but like not consistently after that.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I wasn't fully devoted or fully like disciplined to doing the meditation because it brought up so much.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it took another crisis. Um, it was like a couple years later that I had broken up with that partner and was in a new relationship a few years later. And I had gone like kind of gung ho on my service, career. I was in a government position at this point
Mm-hmm.
in like a sort of leadership role, serving all day long. And then volunteering on boards at night and then coming home to a partner where felt like I was also in service and like I was just burning out so
Wow.
much and in this position where I really didn't feel like um there was no nourishment coming in. It was like just burning out. And I could see that there was something just really not right with my relationship, but I didn't know how to put context to it. Because again, like growing up in a family where there's a lot of emotional abuse, I didn't know that. I could feel something wasn't right. I would object to things that were said. I would try to fight, and say my piece, but it was never allowed. So there, to be able to actually have someone say like this is what it is or this is how you can see it, to be able to have some context. It took like me being in this next relationship where it again, I felt like it wasn't right. The things were just too much. And there was one day where it kind of just broke, like that sense of like I can't do this anymore, I just can't do this anymore. And the feeling of it was so devastating. Like everything was just kind of crumbling down. Like, in tarot, it's like the tower card. Like everything was just like completely falling apart. I was falling apart. And the suffering was just too great. Like the dam was breaking, like it was cracking. And I couldn't keep up this image of like this servant, this perfect person anymore. And the way it felt to me was like the image that came to me at the time was it was like I was in a home that was on fire, but it was like there was a little smoke in the corner, that started like, oh, I see those embers, like it's starting to smoke, it's starting to catch fire. But I'm like, oh, it's okay. Like, let's just close the door and like go over here, and then the fire's getting bigger and bigger, and the smoke's going through all the windows and doors. And I'm like, maybe I should leave. Like maybe this isn't a good place to be. But my partner is like, no, 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 it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Let's just stay here, and it
Yeah.
just felt like it just was taking over the whole structure, right? This
Yeah.
fire was starting to burn all around me. And the only way out at that point was like literally it felt like breaking the window and like flying out, like throwing my body to the ground and
Mm-hmm.
feeling completely broken and
Yeah.
like just I felt like every bone in my body was broken. Like my heart was completely broken. I was broken. I didn't know who I was anymore. I didn't know up from down. I just remember like sitting with a friend in this moment and just being so disoriented and her looking at me and just being like, ah, like this, it was just devastating. And so just completely ego shattering. Like I
Yeah.
just didn't know anything anymore. And what that did, it was like it opened the floodgates, rage poured out, like sadness, grief. I was like wailing with emotion. Like I was just like, it was all just rushing out. And I finally, sometime like in the following weeks, like I heard some podcast about emotional abuse. And I was
Mm-hmm.
like, that's exactly what I'm experiencing, like what I was experiencing. But
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know what it was called. I didn't know what the experience was because it was so normalized
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah.
And it finally gave me the like, oh my God, like that's me. I never thought I'd be like that person in that relationship. I thought I was somehow better. I thought I was somehow beyond that or like
Mm-hmm.
that I was such a great person. And so just knowing that I was just like anybody else, like, and I was also like someone who suffered a lot and was experiencing a pattern that I was kind of born into and recreating was very humbling. And and realizing, yeah, that I really didn't know a lot. I didn't know most things. And in that the following months, I experienced this huge wave of bliss. It was like that breaking, the of that opening and all
Mm-hmm.
of the emotions that were able to move, all of a sudden, like all this love was just felt. And I literally, like, my vision shifted. Like, I could see colors brighter. And I realized I think it was also my nervous system had like overloaded to the point where then it released.
Yeah.
And like I just remember how vivid everything looked. And when I looked at things, I could see and feel and know that everything was love. Like everything was love. And so I just felt like a lot of that year was me like laughing about how absurd it was that I was holding on to this person for love when it was everywhere. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is so strange. Like, why would I ever hold on to a person for love when it is literally everywhere?
Everything. Yeah. Yeah.
Everything. Um, and so that kind of opened up the next stage of just like really wanting to be in that space of that kind of love. I was just like, I'll do anything to do this. Like this is where it's at. But it was really like that blissful, like kind of that stage of like feeling into the bliss, really wanting to hold on to the bliss.
Yeah.
And I started reading a lot of the mystics, like Meister Eckhart,
Mm-hmm.
Rumi, and like all of these beautiful poets, like especially the mystic poetry was like my practice. Every morning I'd read a mystic poem.
Mercury in Pisces in the ninth house again. That's it.
I
Very
know,
synchronistic.
yes.
Another textbook.
Yeah, I know. And it's still to this day, like, I had a period where I like dropped out of that practice, but it's like, it just makes me feel so good.
Yeah.
It's just that, yeah, and also like I have a Taurus moon and a Venus and Taurus
Yeah,
too.
there
So
you
it's that
go. Of
kind of like,
course.
and
Yeah.
Jupiter, yeah. And so it's like I just feel that sense of the mystic being also like it's this embodied feeling, right? It's not just like the
The
idea of
states,
God, but
the sort of yeah.
it's that like the visceral feeling of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and yeah, so in that point I was just really getting into the mystics. I was meditating every day. I started having
Mm-hmm.
like a real practice where I meditated every day. At first I like I would put a piece of chocolate in front of me to like be like, okay, if you meditate, you get this chocolate. That was my way of like making sure I stayed disciplined. And I recommend that to anyone who's struggling with meditation. Just put a piece of chocolate in front of you. You'll be good. But yeah, I got into a real devotional practice. It was like, okay, I'm going to take care of my body. I'm going to take care of my meditation. I'm going to shift my life. And I had a new awareness of just what relationship things were not going right and they need to change things, and just having that contrast of seeing for the first
Mm-hmm.
time that
Mm-hmm.
pattern, seeing why it didn't feel right for so many years,
Mm-hmm.
seeing that there was another way to do things. And then just like kind of coming to myself more and more, like having more dedicated time to that inner
Yeah.
journey, and doing a lot of loving kindness. Like a lot of that first part of that journey was just loving kindness practices, and like working with like anyone that I had anger or resentment towards, like doing a loving kindness practice to them,
Mm-hmm.
and just like holding them in my mind or in my heart, and like finding that kind of bridging the gap between us through loving kindness.
And did that work?
At that time, I feel like it softened a lot of
Mm-hmm.
things that like where um I was really hardened in a lot of of my identities of being right or being righteous, like being in social justice and public service. That was a huge thing, was like I didn't that in my righteousness, I was so unopen to other people and to like their ideas, and it was a defense mechanism to being able to be with life as it was. And it was to protect me, I see the adaptive way. It was like protecting me from
Yeah.
what I saw as bad things. But a lot of my work, even over time, was sort of breaking down that idea, because the more I worked with communities, the more I saw how nuanced things were. And there was no way to actually hold black and white and right and wrong and to be righteous about things. Like there was always a way that an issue would be 10 times more nuanced than I could imagine it to be. And so anything you conceptualize, in reality, when you're actually working on the ground in a community, will be much more complicated.
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of our political systems, don't quite work, is because we imagine a policy,
Yeah.
but on the ground, it doesn't actually work that way,
Yeah.
because people are much more, complicated.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I think that's where I was starting to even just imagine like, oh, well, maybe I'm not right. Maybe, maybe maybe I'm the one actually that's creating this. And I was spending a lot of time in nature too. That was just naturally like for me where my attention was going, was spending more time on the water. I was in the Bay Area in Oakland, and
Oh my God, Moon in Taurus. Are you kidding me? That's like
yeah.
another textbook situation.
It's like it for me, that's like the biggest teacher.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's
yeah,
like I realized just as soon as I started getting more in touch with my intuition, I was like, nature. Just I need to be in nature like all the time. And near water, near
mm,
trees. And those became my teachers. Like that was more of my natural, like kind of transition into like more of connecting to what you call like transmission,
yeah,
was like was through both the mystic poetry, because that was just like it would just take me straight there,
yeah,
but also being around trees and just feeling like their presence and feeling that there was no filter, to that presence.
yeah.
Uh, and yeah, and so over time, it just got like more into that. And I also was doing somatic therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I found a therapist who just happened to be like also I didn't even know she was like very spiritual and stuff actually when I found her, but it just felt like the right person. And it turns out was trained in all of these like different techniques that were much more grounded and in the body, and
Right.
about like connecting intuitively to like your sense of your own like needs and your own emotional releases and stuff. So it was very like the way she facilitated was very like just being there as a presence, and then anything that would come up would come up.
Yeah.
She wouldn't try to tell me to go in a certain way or like tell me what like, cognitively was happening. It was just like being that loving presence. And so again, that was more of like a transmission and like a space to hold so much emotion. I just had like an ocean of emotion that was being processed through over the years. And I think that's a big thing that I don't hear a lot of folks talking about in the non-duality space, but like I went through a ton of emotional release.
Just completing my second book, and I was talking, I was kind of reading through bits and pieces, and at some point I was like, oh my God, this journey of awakening, so much of it. First of all, the body has been central point of that journey, I would say. So not ignored, not somewhere out there, not secondary. It was actually incredibly central point of this journey and getting back in touch with the body, and also the energy of the emotions that were arising, just like with you, I was just the emotional stuff was, and being present with those emotions, no matter how disturbing and no matter how overwhelming. I mean, that has been a massively, I would say, like, this was as important as any transcendental quote unquote shift or anything like that, so I'm amazed that this part, like you said, especially not everywhere, obviously, not everybody is kind of not talking about it, but um, so much of the non-duality I came across, especially at first, is completely like, don't even mention this stuff. Like, don't even mention the body. Don't forget about emotions because it's all just a story. You know what I mean? So there's like a lot of that going on. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
It's not talked anywhere near enough, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, or even it's shamed, which is something like when I did get into like I experimented with different Buddhist lineages over the years, more towards that, yeah, that second like ego shattering where like
Hmm.
love was coming in. I started going to different Buddhist traditions, doing retreats and things. But yeah, in the language, it feels very shaming of the body and of emotions. And I think that's where like depending on who your teacher is, like you could get very confused. And I did, I think at that time where I was like, am I supposed to feel emotions? Am I not supposed to feel emotions? Because it can
Right.
feel like the languaging of it is that, oh, you know, these are things like eventually you're supposed to get rid of. You're supposed to sort of get rid of your emotion or kind of like not feel as much over time. And so if that's the case, then must be not, doing things right or something like that. But I think with time, we talked about this in our last conversation, like I was just kind of bouncing around different teachers. And
Hmm.
anytime they were kind of deterring me from doing what I felt was intuitive to me, I would move on, fortunately. But because I worked with Zen teachers, like actually, the kind of next stage of this was like in 2020 when the big, shutdown happened. And I was still in my public service work. So I kind of went, still was going back to, but I felt like it was kind of falling apart and that like I couldn't quite hold that identity together in that same way. Um, I ended up quitting my job in 2020. I kind of
Hmm.
came to this point where um, I I was faced with a dilemma at work where the question my boss asked me is like, Sarah, we know you have really high integrity, but you need to let this one go. And it was just like something was just so confronting to me on a lot of levels. But I realized the most confronting part of that statement was, am I in integrity? I just didn't feel like that was true. Like I felt like
Wow.
he thought that was true about me. But I didn't feel it in high integrity being there in that conversation. And I was like, shit, I need to figure out what integrity really is because I'm feeling this love thing. I'd been feeling it for, I guess, a couple of years at that point, but I didn't feel an integrity. And so I was like, okay, I got to figure that out because that feels really important to me. And that I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna kind of the theme of my life is like jumping off cliffs. I don't know where I'm like I'm headed. So I quit my job in the middle of 2020 without any plan, but it led me into another retreat. I went to a Zen retreat, and it was supposed to be 3 days, but then I asked to extend it to 10 days, and I asked to extend it to a month. And I just got really into this like much deeper stage of like being in silence and
Mm-hmm.
stillness and
Mm-hmm.
being with myself. And in that process, I was spending a lot more time in nature. And I was just doing very basic things like lying on the ground in the sun. And just like that was what intuitively my body wanted to do. Just like letting like the sun and the earth like work on me. Like let my nervous system really release more, like to just feel nourished, to feel held. And I think that's so much of what my journey was, especially with emotions. And I see now why, like for other folks, you know, this is what I guess I experienced. It's like I couldn't really go to even the deepest emotions without that sense of some support or some sense of unconditional love.
Mm-hmm.
And without having that in my life in a person, like a personified figure in my life, it came through nature. So like my like being with literally the earth, like lying on the ground, being with trees. I felt that container, that sense of like being contained in this unconditional love. And I could see and feel like that the love was particularly present in
Yeah.
these things.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that just got deeper and deeper for me as I went more into silence. And yeah, I remember like I had this meeting with the Zen teacher where I just started like bawling about, like everything that why I quit my job and like what I was in and this moment of uncertainty and just being unknown and she was like, "Huh, sounds like you were a fish swimming upstream." And that I just remember feeling like so seen in that moment, just being like, yeah, I was swimming upstream. And what I really want is just to float downstream. Like I just want to be a part of the current, just like that India moment of being in the
Yeah.
rickshaw and just letting myself be lived, and be
Yeah.
in life.
Yeah.
And so many of us are just swimming upstream,
Yeah.
thinking it's what we're supposed to do, not knowing that's what we're doing because everybody's doing it. Everybody's just stressing out, losing energy, going upstream. And yeah, so I just kind of like kept going into this meditation thing until like I ran into a lot of these mystical experiences I couldn't explain. One of the things that started happening as I was walking in nature was like I started feeling the energy of trees when I was with trees. So I would just feel intuitively like I needed to go closer to the tree and I would touch the tree and then I'd feel this energy current going through my hand and into my body and then feel the energy of the tree. And I was kind of freaked out because I had no context for that. Like that wasn't something anyone had told me. I was like, am I going crazy? Like I'm just
Mm-hmm.
here like the middle of COVID, like not working, So it's like maybe I'm just losing my mind.
Yeah.
And I somehow found this energy worker. And I through, different connections and I emailed him and I
Mm-hmm.
just told him what happened and that this was happening more and more. And that it actually was like my energy was rising when I touched the tree too. So later I realized this was like Kundalini, like that was starting to
Mm-hmm.
like, but he just wrote back and he was like, ah, like that's great. Actually, I'd like to invite you to be a part of our advanced energy work class.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I literally just like emailed because I wanted to understand this thing. Like I've never done energy work before. Like,
Mm-hmm.
what do you mean join your advanced class, you know?
Yeah.
So all of a sudden I was thrown into this like energy work world. And I joined this class where all these people were doing all these psychic readings and, you know, seeing energies and working with energy. And it kind of revealed to me, like, oh, I have been doing this kind of stuff, but I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't have a context. Like, I kind of always sensed the energy in rooms. I always kind of was working with energy in a certain way, but
Mm-hmm.
this was giving me a whole nother like framework for what
Yeah.
that meant and what sensitivity to people and to things was. And it was a modality to help move a lot of energies in me that were kind of stuck and
Yeah.
blocked in things. So I worked with that and a few teachers in energy work and healing for a few years.
Few
And
years. Okay. Wow.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and I trained in different like psychic, you know, development stuff. But I never felt like it was it always felt like it was just for me.
Yeah.
Like, you know, what, like when I tried to share it with other people, it didn't feel right. Like people would tell me like you should do sessions, you should, you know, whatever. And I tried doing that and it just never felt authentic. It never felt right. Um, and I'm glad because for me, it just felt like, oh, that was just one step on this next thing that was happening. It was just to like keep kind of clearing out and emptying out on this path. And in that, I had like a much deeper sort of, I guess you could say, Kundalini experience where I, uh, there was like a week where I was kind of kicked into like my whole nervous system felt like it kind of like rewired. And I actually woke up one morning with my neck was completely like twisted into a different shape and like I had whiplash. And I went to my chiropractor that day and he's like, your nervous system is like completely different. What happened? And that week it was just like there was no me. It was just like the with me in the trees when I'd walk in the woods, the tree and I were the same. It was
Yeah.
just like they were, and our energy, like I could feel the tree's energy so strongly in my body as my body. And it was
Mm-hmm.
like this, it was just, we were the same. And that was like that next step of that unity sort of process where it was just
Mm-hmm.
like the oneness of that one presence. And as I moved more into like the energy work, it kind of just was like, oop, moving more into that sense of like the scale of that growing more. Um, and but at the same time, I was going through a lot of emotional releases. Like every time I would go have those sorts of like deeper, visceral feeling of like that oneness, I would also have a huge emotional like release and like a lot of things coming up.
Yeah.
And I think for a lot of that, I still felt like a bit of shame, like around like, is this the right thing? You know, I shouldn't be feeling this, or should I be? You know, because there wasn't context. I didn't quite know, like, with all of that feeling that wasn't shown in other spiritual like contexts. You know, like I didn't see other people, teachers or books talk about how much of that like trauma and feeling was coming up. Fortunately, I had my somatic therapist who is that kind of
Yeah.
presence to hold it. But I think
Life,
that
life, the greatest teacher showed you exactly what was needed, and that was the way, as opposed to, what anyone else says about
yeah,
that clearly, you know?
yeah, yeah, totally. And I think that's why like I felt often I wasn't doing things to right or to the book on a lot of the path, like the Zen or the Vipassana or, all the different
Mm-hmm.
modalities I tried. But there was something in me that knew that it was my path. And I was very, like friends will say, like I was very single-minded in that I knew I needed to do this and I
Yeah.
need to do it my own way. But this doesn't mean I didn't feel a lot of shame and like otherness, in that I did. And I think that's like where there's a lot of loneliness often in the journey of just feeling, because we're all unique. And if you're not affirmed in that uniqueness, like it feels very lonely, and like just feeling like, okay, I don't know what I'm doing
Yeah.
and feeling so much. But I'm going to do it anyway. Um, but yeah, so I just coming out of that was like a couple, so from 2020 to like 2022, I was doing like a lot of that, the energy work, energy healing, meditation of all different types of modalities, a lot of like yeah, a lot of time in nature. And then I decided that I wanted to see if this big love, this like presence could be maintained in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
Could I bridge the gap between like just doing this and being in the world? And I think this is where, a lot of the mystics talked about like, can you be in the marketplace? Can you do this on your cushion or be it in this in nature, but can you go in the marketplace and actually feel that same way? And I tried going and like doing, being what I was in nature that way. And it felt like a dissonance. It still felt like I was like, there's this way in which that unity didn't apply to everything. It still didn't feel like I would feel my reactivity, like coming up around certain things, around certain
Mm-hmm.
topics, around certain people.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew it wasn't complete. There was something that was like, I felt there was a completeness that I wanted to claim in that unity consciousness. But I also felt like it wasn't satisfying that need in me for this to be really embodied, to be really like unconditional, for it to feel real enough that I could go anywhere and do anything and feel this. And so I was kind of in that in between stage of kind of leaving some of the energy work world and feeling like I needed something else and not knowing what was next. And in that in between stage, I was hiking one day on the hill in the Bay Area and I didn't, typical of me, like I didn't plan where I was going and I got lost. And I was like sweating and like huffing and puffing. And I got to the top of this hill and I looked over my shoulder to see if anyone was around to ask for directions. And there's this woman like cresting the hill, perfect timing. And I asked her, I was like, excuse me, I'm lost. Could you show me the way? And she's like, yeah, here, let me walk you along the path. Turns out that she is a Dzogchen Tibetan Buddhist teacher.
My God. Seriously. Let me walk you.
Yeah.
Let me show you. Can you show me the way? Let me walk you down path. Oh my God, you couldn't write this.
Yeah. And I was like,
Wow.
again, yeah, in that moment, it's like, is my life a movie? I don't know what's going on.
It
But
really
yeah,
feels like it's
yeah. And so we ended up actually walking together. I forgot, where I was going. We were just walking together for 2 hours and we just went deep into our spiritual hearts and journeys. And we're connecting on such a level where we both said later it felt like we had done this before, that like if you believe in past lives, that like we had known each other before. There was just such a deep recognition and an immediate connection. And it was so synchronistic. Like it was exactly when I needed that next stage of a teacher or someone to guide me. And I was so open because I didn't have, at that point, I was kind of like, I don't know. Again, I don't know. Every stage there's this point where like, I don't know. And she came in, and at the end of that conversation, it's funny, I was like quoting Thich Nhat Hanh about something we had said. And then I looked to my left and I saw that the park was called Deer Park. And that's the name of Thich Nhat Hanh's retreat center in California that I had visited. And I was like, what? That's so wild. And we looked each other in the eye, and she gave me that transmissive look, the holding her gaze. And she just looked at me and she said, if there's anything I can do to help you on your path, let me know. And so I just followed up with her. I didn't know what I was like, I just felt like we were going to be connected. I don't know if we were going to be friends or like what was going to be the thing.
Yeah.
I wasn't necessarily looking to have a teacher, but I knew I needed something next. And so it turned out like I actually had her on my podcast because I'd started the podcast a couple or a year ago before.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah, I started. So it's tracks like sort of these earlier parts of the journey. If you listen to earlier episodes, like my first episode is with my somatic therapist. I asked her to be on to talk about this. And that
Hmm.
was when I was in more of a unity stage. So you'll sense like I'm a little bit like, oh, I'm just like in unity. And it's like really great. So it's a little embarrassing, but it's also like it's just what it's what it
But it's
was.
it's what we go through, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
just it's
yeah.
just part of the journey, that bit as
It's
well. Yeah.
totally. And at that time I thought like, oh, that's it. This is it. And but yeah, I actually had her on the podcast, and then like she offered to initiate me into her lineage. And I just had that sense like there was no question, there was no debating or decision. I was just like, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I don't know why. And I had kind of an aversion to any system or lineage where I had to follow rules. That was never my orientation.
Yeah.
But for some reason, this one it just intuitively I said yes. And so she initiated me. It was a one-on-one, like just her and me in a room. And she did all of like the Tibetan, traditional ceremony and
That's
stuff,
beautiful.
it was
Yeah.
very beautiful and very intimate. And it did feel like, oh, a one-on-one relationship with a teacher, that's more my thing, and I had that with the energy work teachers too. I had teachers work with me one-on-one, and it felt more than in a group where we're
Hmm.
all following the same practices, and there's a sense of the nuance of the
Yeah.
individual. um
Especially that at some points in the journey, it really does get more and more nuanced,
yes.
and different people need very, very different approaches. Yeah.
Yes, totally, totally. And yeah, and some people might follow a bit more of like the textbook, and maybe they don't need one-on-one, if their path is more textbook.
Yeah.
But for
Yeah.
me, like I was different in that, like in this each of those the like awakening points, because it was so love oriented. It was my heart opening, and it was very much like heart centered in those initial stages. And I did not meet anyone in any of the circles, like the different
Yeah.
meditation lineages, that had opened their heart first and had a heart awakening first.
Hmm.
And so I found myself being sort of like the odd one out of conversations when everyone was talking about the crown, or like their sort of, these more the opening of their mind. And I was like,
Hmm.
I was so based in my body and my heart that I didn't fit the
Hmm.
textbook. And a lot of that led to a lot of self-doubt along the way, because I was like, well, maybe I'm not following what, is meant, in that sort of linear path. But
I
also,
actually,
again,
after our conversation, I remember when you said that, I actually
yeah.
remembered that I met two people whose awakening journey started with the heart opening.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, but two or three even. of which one had such a massive heart opening that she quite literally just couldn't. It was just so, it was physically, it wasn't just emotionally overwhelming, but physically overwhelming. And for quite a few years, in terms of like feeling the suffering of people as well, in a way more powerful way. And, those
Yeah.
kinds of things. So even that heart opening, and I love new ones, even that heart opening can look very differently and for different people in terms of like the level of intensity and even the duration of like that stage, so to speak, of
Mm,
after, how long that lasts.
for
Yeah.
sure.
So it's
Yeah.
fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and that definitely there's parts of that that was true for me too, actually, just like the the hypersensitivity to not
Yeah.
only my own suffering but other people's suffering for sure was another piece of trying to live in Oakland, which was it's a highly populated, dense, like also a lot of there's a lot of suffering, a lot of like very basic, like hunger, violence, like murder, like things that were around all around me. And so to be in that stage of like, so, like big
Wow.
heart opening, and that's why I
Yeah.
was wanting to live in my world, but it didn't feel like I could with that level of heart opening because I was so sensitive to everything
Yeah.
in a way that wasn't, didn't yet have the stability to be able to experience that without it feeling overwhelming.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I think for those who do awaken in the heart first or just feel a big heart opening, the sensitivity you feel um, is overwhelming
It is
at first.
overwhelming. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's just good to note. Um,
But
but
can you
yeah,
imagine when that happens, if you quite literally have, first of all, you're not on any spiritual path, you don't even know what's going on,
yeah.
of which one of the people that I mentioned, because she was not into this stuff at all. So it really just happened very out of the blue after her first ever in her life yoga class. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And so to not have someone to, even whether it's a somatic teacher or spiritual teacher or whoever, to even tell you what's going on and then help do something to help you regulate as well, so she was very unregulated, her nervous system and everything for a really, really long time before it kind of settled on its own.
Yeah, and I think that's just if anyone's listening, like they're going through that, I hope like that that you're not alone and that there are resources, and to find whatever works for you because um some teachers may not even acknowledge that those stages are real or that like
Hmm.
yeah, like you if you feel too much, they may like be like, "Oh, just sit in equanimity or something like that." Or and it's like, no, like when you're feeling a lot, like there's a certain level of resource and support you need, whether that's a person like holding space for you or holding space for that for your nervous system, or for me, it was nature. Nature was like my person, was my community, was like holding that unconditional love space for
Yeah.
me. And there
Yeah.
were other people like my therapists and my teachers, but I felt like the one resource that I could keep going to was unconditionally
Nature.
was nature. Because I just every day it's always there, it's always present. And I
Yeah.
think that's what's so beautiful is no matter where you are, no matter what your relationships are like, nature is always there. Even if you're in a city, there's always the sky, there's always the ground, there's
A piece
always the
of grass somewhere. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's always a tree somewhere.
Yeah.
So there's even with like, nature being broken up by a lot of man-made things, like, and it's all nature, but like that sense of that unfiltered nature um, there's always some reference point wherever you are. And I think that's something in the midst of like a lot of spiritual things being expensive these days.
Yes.
You can find free resource,
Yeah.
through connecting to the elements. And that was really important to me.
Yeah.
Um,
But thank
but
you for
yeah,
saying that. Yeah, if anyone listening to this is going through, and not to mention, because as you know, I've not been part of any tradition. And I'm not really that, I'm now familiar with way more what's out there, in terms of the teachings and stuff like that. But as I was going through it, I didn't know that. But I did learn from people who come to see me that there's been a lot of shame and a lot of confusion, and guilt even around feeling emotions or struggling emotionally. So I'm not like bashing any community or any teacher or teaching, but I'm just saying that if you're going through this, it is a very normal part of the awakening journey. It's quite literally awakening in progress, at least the way I see it. So you're not alone, and it's yeah, it's okay that this is happening.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was what was beautiful too about discovering randomly being just discovering Dzogchen because Dzogchen, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's
A
like
little bit.
in the Buddhist, and I honestly still don't really know a lot about it conceptually. So it's
Yeah.
like, it's funny for me because it's like I just kind of happened into it, but I didn't really study it. And I still haven't really studied it. And I would like to have some more context, but because my relationship with my teacher is very one-on-one, it wasn't as much about the text as it was about my experience
Yeah.
and how she could see it in the context of, what was happening. But Dzogchen is supposedly the completion stage of like it's sort of like the three tiers of Buddhism. There's like sort of the first stage and then the second stage and the third stage.
Mm-hmm.
And Dzogchen is where, it's sort of this mystical or often like mysterious associated as like sort of mysterious because it is kind of associated with more of the psychic or the
Mm-hmm.
like um, energetic, like even like kind of the Kundalini type figures,
Mm-hmm.
because the
Mm-hmm.
symbol is often like a masculine, feminine figure in a sexual sort of union, right? And it's like that is the union of opposites, the
Mm-hmm.
union of light and dark, the union
Mm-hmm.
of the real world and like the
Yeah.
meditative,
Yeah.
right? And that was what was so appealing and intriguing about it was, oh, this is actually maybe as we progress on the journey, supposedly progress,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
that that we don't need to keep these separate anymore. And I never felt that that was right. Like I was saying, I wanted to for my spiritual world to merge with my physical world. I needed that, like
Mm-hmm.
because my experience was also very physical. Like
Mm-hmm.
my actual awakening experiences were very physical in my body from the very beginning of those like bigger awakenings. But also, like, it just didn't feel right for me as someone who was raised more in like the social justice context. It didn't make sense for me to be separate from a community. Like, it didn't make sense for me to be off, in the ashram or something and not be concerned with life and to not have these come together. And I just was never very stubborn about not things not being grounded. That just didn't make sense to me. So the idea of like, okay, at the end of this, these things come together and they're one. I already had that experience and that sense of that oneness. But Dzogchen was really like coming to the point where you're just recognizing what is. It's the recognition again and again of what is, and that just is already the case. And that, the premise of Dzogchen is that we're already enlightened. We just don't know it,
Yeah.
like
Yes.
we're
Beautiful.
already, yeah,
Yes.
we're already enlightened, and you just
Beautiful.
keep coming back to the recognition that you're enlightened. And that felt so much more true, just like the mystics felt more true to me than any of the lineages that were, more structured or had more of these practices that
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
impersonal. The personal, the intimate relationship of the mystic, and then like the very, yeah, liberatory framework of like we're already enlightened. There's nothing to do. They're
Yeah.
like do nothing type of way of doing things was very intuitive to me. And so I just, yeah, kind of dove into some of those Dzogchen practices my teacher was
Beautiful. That's
teaching.
beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. And I ended up feeling like at the end of that year, I was sitting in meditation one day and I just got this sort of intuitive sense that I needed to travel. And I didn't know why, but I took it very seriously and I again leapt off the cliff and I sold all of my things. I did the whole thing where I sold my stuff and it was a practice I really see now of letting go of even the preciousness of my spiritual practices because I had
Beautiful.
accumulated a lot of
Yeah.
spiritual books, a lot of things I held dear, like a lot of poetry books, mystical poetry, a lot of yeah, a lot of like books that I thought were like sort of huge milestones on my path, and I gave them away. And I gave away like a lot of things that like a guitar I had hoped to play, you know, the things that I was like the aspirations I had for other things. And this wasn't intentional at the time to like kind of clear out all of that stuff energetically, but I could see how that's what it was doing too, was like, okay, I'm just gonna leave with a backpack and see where I go next. And this is really, again, like leaning into the unknown, into the trust of life, into that river where instead of swimming upstream, that I'm just going to let the current take me where it wants to go without a plan. And fortunately, because I had worked a little bit, gone back to work, I had some means to be able to do that and see where it
Yeah.
went. But in that journey, I ended up because my teacher, her name's Amita Lamo. I met her. I was now sort of in this retreat mode where I was like, I think I need to go to deep retreat and do these practices. So I ended up traveling throughout Europe, and it turns out my ancestral lands was where I ended up going, which I wasn't planning. So I'm half Chinese, as I said, and
Yes.
I'd actually gone to China in college to study Mandarin and to
Mm-hmm.
connect with that ancestry, but I had never connected on my other side really in
Mm-hmm.
that deeper way. So this journey took me into Ireland and Scotland, which are like primarily like my mom's side of the family, where I felt this deep, visceral, like very, again, very physical connection to that land. That something by being there was healing something in me that I don't know, it can't put words really
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
But there
Yeah.
was something intuitive about returning to those places and doing my meditation practice there and to
Mm-hmm.
kind of lean more into where I was at in those places. And I ended up doing these like month-long retreats in each place that I went to in solitude, in nature, and just going really deep into that. And in that, I kind of went into the next stage for me, which was this instead of just feeling that the love beaming from me, you know, and feeling that unity with the things immediately around me, it started to feel like everywhere in a very like vast sense,
Mm-hmm.
you know, where I felt when I was in like the mountains, it was like the mountains and I are one. This
Mm-hmm.
vast landscape, everything around in this much larger scale.
Mm-hmm.
It just felt so absurd when I would try to do like my practices of like giving gratitude or offerings to the land, which was often what I did, was like I would have this practice of actually of singing like a devotional song to thank the land, to thank nature, to thank, you know, the earth, to thank my ancestors. I had a devotional practice for most of those years around that of like a lot of gratitude and that was a lot of the heart opening sort of work. Um, it felt absurd to even do that because it was an othering of something that was me, that was one, that was already, there was no other to thank. There was no, and that became just like, it felt like it kind of popped a bubble where all of a sudden, the way I described it in that month that was happening, it's like when you go into the spiritual journey, I think I described this before, you go inward. So you're like going inwards into yourself, and then you kind of come out on the other side of this like expansive vastness. but then the vastness then kind of comes back into the mundane, into like the everyday again. And it forms this sort of like, infinity symbol where it's all just one thing, or it's all
Mm,
just the same.
mm, mm.
And it was starting to settle into me that that was true, that like actually everything is very ordinary in a sense, but it was just starting to sort of settle. So as that was happening, it became much harder to hold on to practices. Like it was really hard. Like the practices were just kind of falling away because there was nothing to practice. Like to what, to whom, like who was practicing, just that stuff was starting to
Yeah.
fall away. And that's when I was really drawn to, especially with the mystics. I always felt this sense, and in like the Tao, they talk about the way as as darkness, as this sort of sense of the void, you could say, or like that beyond the beyond. And and in the Dzogchen tradition, one of the practices you do in this part of the journey is called dark retreat. And so when I was in Europe, I found a dark retreat center and I did a 7-day dark retreat, which was being in complete darkness, like not a single sliver of light for 7 days. And you're eating, sleeping, going to the bathroom, taking a shower, all of that in complete darkness. And for me, I decided to do it without any guidance too. So I didn't have any teachers or anyone to
Yeah.
talk to. Um, I had my teacher give me like the advice before, like, have fun. It was just like enjoy. And I was like, okay, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Um, but in that experience, I felt I was at the precipice of something kind of just again, like there was that thing that was popping and that like things that were just kind of again releasing. And, up to that point, I thought I was kind of already there or things had
Yeah.
already, so
Don't we
like,
all at some
yeah.
point?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is interesting. And going into the dark retreat, I just knew it would be important. I didn't know why. But I'd considered even like going to a cave and trying to do it like old school style, but I couldn't find a cave. But but during that retreat, within less than a day, there was light in the darkness. I could just see like through my physical eyes that there was light. And over the coming days, there was light everywhere. Like it was so bright that I couldn't sleep. And I would close my eyes and I still saw the light. And the light was just everywhere. It was flashing. It came in different colors and at first, and then it was just like bright. And to the point where it was like annoying, I couldn't, I couldn't sleep. And I was like, if I could just have a little bit less light. But it was really, it pierced something in my sense of reality, um, where darkness was light and lightness was dark. And I felt this sense that there was eternity in time, that there was infinity in form. That was like what was starting to like really emerge from that was this intuitive sense that these opposites were the same. And it was just, again, so visceral. It was such a physical experience of seeing, not just like we talk about the dark and light, but like I
Yeah.
literally saw light
Yeah.
in literal dark.
Yeah.
And that realizing too that that metaphor is actually, and then my seeking of that, my wanting to know the darkness in myself or wanting to know the darkness in the mysticism that a lot of mystics talk about the darkness was wanting to know even like the literal sense of being in darkness too was the same thing. And coming out of that retreat too, like, and my eyes adjusting to the light for the first time in days, I could see how like my eyeballs were like literally calculating everything to create an image of the world
That was
again.
incredible. Yeah. Yeah.
And I said that my first words were, this is a dream. Like I can really viscerally feel
Feel that. Yeah.
that it was true. And I'd heard that before. I'd kind of had a sense of that, but I
Yeah.
didn't know that to be true.
Yeah.
And I just knew it to be true for the first time. And coming back into the world again, I didn't, it's like, well, okay, how do I integrate? Like, how does this work? What is this? I don't even know. And that kind of led to like this sort of falling apart of the practices just falling away. I'd found Angelo
Yeah.
Deleuze
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
that time because I was falling into another like period of this sort of void period where the voidness, like my physical, up to that point, I felt my solar plexus and my heart and my upper centers were like with this like light, this sense of like love,
Mm-hmm.
that like I felt that energy like kind of beaming outward.
Mm-hmm.
And and then it started to feel like they were almost collapsing into a black hole. Like that was the sense that the physical sort of experience of it
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
was I wasn't projecting like this sense of love anymore. All of a sudden it was like it was falling into nothingness. And in that, I ended my travels and then came back to California, where I came to where I am now in the redwoods, where the redwoods meets the ocean. And I did a retreat here, and I um, I fell into this nothingness. There was just nothing there. And I was sitting in like this clearing in the redwoods, and there was nothing, absolutely nothing. There was no love of that kind,
Sorry to
which,
disappoint.
yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it wasn't that at all. It was, and there were points where I just literally had no will to move. There was no will to do anything. And it felt like something else was moving me when I did move. Like in a sense, it was a little bit like, what is this that is moving this?
Yes. 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 Yeah.
And yeah, and that came like as I was moving into that again, I don't want to miss that there was all these emotional releases and all
Mm-hmm.
this pain and all the, and right before that nothing moment, I was in this like, the state was like this sense of releasing devastation, like this devastation that was within me, a very young part of me that was devastated. And then going out into that clearing in the redwoods and feeling that nothingness. And in the following week, 2 weeks, then that nothingness, um, there was this presence that came into this body. And it felt to me like, you plug in like your computer or whatever, and you have a certain amount of voltage,
Mm-hmm.
uh, maybe 10, I don't know what the number is, but like if you had 10, for me, it felt like it went from like literally something was plugging me in
Mm-hmm.
to a million times.
Yeah.
Whatever energy was there, it was overwhelming, like completely overwhelming. And I had gone through that Kundalini thing like a few years back where I had my nervous system kind of,
Yeah.
but this was not that. This was like a huge amount of energy. And I honestly, part of me was resisting it because I was like kind of a little bit like, what's going on? So I felt pain, like even in my nervous system, because I was like, it was so much, such a surge of energy. And, but I was just walking in the redwoods, like kind of just like, okay, this is my new reality. Um, and it just felt like this unconditional love, like, but not love like I was feeling before, not like wanting to connect to the outer world.
Yeah.
It was like, this is just the fundamental, like, no matter what,
Hmm.
this is here. And then that led to, like, no matter what, this is just this, because everything was just, there's no, there's nothing like good or bad. There's no like, there was nothing between anymore. And it was like, there's just this. And because of that, no matter what, I could just knew and felt with this presence that no matter what I did, it wouldn't change this. No matter like what, like did anything good, bad, whatever in societal, like the context of that,
Yeah.
there's nothing that could change this. And that was extremely ordinary. Like that was a very like it it just made me feel for the first time like I could be ordinary. Like I didn't have to be extraordinary anymore. I didn't have to be perfect anymore. I didn't have to be anything anymore because this just wanted this. And there was that sense that it just wanted to be this and whatever this was. And that was like so radical. And like, and it also felt like very strange, like having a lot of those heart experiences of like wanting to share and beam and give so much
Yeah.
of my life. And this being so still
Yeah.
and so contained in a sense where it like didn't need to be given, it didn't need to be known, it didn't need to be
Yeah.
seen or expressed. It just was. Um, it was a little bit of an adjustment for me to be like, okay, well, so really I don't need to do anything. You know? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, I sat in the rest of that retreat. I did a 2 month retreat in a Tibetan center out here where I just sat for hours, just like in that there's this timelessness that,
Yeah.
like, it's like eternity of being in just that. And there's just, it's just, there's no need to do anything. There's no like that restlessness that I felt that first time I
Yeah.
meditated.
Yeah.
There was just no, like my body was just so relaxed, just such a deep sense of relaxation for the first time in my life. Like I didn't even have the urge to like, oh, I should do this or,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
there's all those little things like, oh, maybe I'll just shift or change my position or like I could just sit for hours and there's none of that. There's just this, like just sitting there and feeling into like looking at my food was like looking into eternity, like looking into the poetry I'd read in the morning. Like I could read one word and feel like eternity, in that word, looking at the cloud, and feeling that sense. Whereas like beyond is like beyond this, even that sense of unity or that sense of, yeah, there aren't words, but it's like beyond bliss too.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I could feel like I could definitely do this for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
But I also felt like, again, like I, this is at the same time as it's extraordinary, it's ordinary. So if for me, it felt like the full circle of it was like,
Yes.
I could sit here and meditate, whatever, sit forever because it was so, the experience of it is so, but in the world, I experience it too. So it's like
Yeah.
there is no world, there's no
There's
separation
no,
of like,
that's the thing. And because I'm not really versed in this knowledge, like in terms of like the scriptures and traditions, I found it actually quite difficult. Like even when I spoke to Angelo, when you found our, like when you came across my conversation with him, I still, Sarah, didn't know. Like it still didn't really sink in, and I still didn't have the language really to say what happened and like what was the actual difference between the unity consciousness and this. And the only thing I think I found a way to kind of say it was just like the distinction collapsed. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So like the distinction collapsed. And I mean that's just my way of like saying in that with the unity, it was almost like there was me and the world, there was the formless and the form that merged. They were not disconnected, but there was still perception of two things, the formless and the
there's still
form. The
there's still the longing.
Yes, there's the
There's still an
divine
essence
and
of longing.
yeah, the
Yeah,
divine and whatever, like there so yes, that they were merged, but with the what I call like the isness, it just the distinction collapsed completely. So the gap between the two collapsed and therefore the distinction collapsed. So everything is just this. So that movement that I suppose everyone on this journey experiences, which is like the back and forth movement of like feeling this and then not feeling this, or like oscillating between, the boundless and the whatever and something else. All of that is just gone.
yeah, yeah,
Um, yeah,
yeah. And then it's like it just feels really absurd. And then I just felt the relief of feeling ordinary. I realized, I was like, oh, this whole time, it just like a lot of the journey of like seeking the unity feels like a journey of wanting to be extraordinary in a sense, like to be
yes,
special. But actually, the relief of being very ordinary and realizing everything is very ordinary is incredible. It's just so like to no longer have to be special, to no longer have to be something different,
yeah,
but to
somebody,
be,
even
yeah,
somebody that you
to
have,
be
that pressure to
somebody.
be somebody, like or
Yeah.
special or extraordinary. And I think that's probably there's a spiritual teacher whose name I don't remember, but I like his quote, um, who said that enlightenment, by which I assume he meant the isness, but I might be wrong, obviously. Enlightenment is ego's biggest disappointment. Like,
Yeah.
because you realize that you become not only that you don't become special, you become so nobody. You actually
Yeah.
become you. It's just
It's the ultimate, for me, it's like the ultimate humbling. It's
it's
the
the ultimate
ultimate
humbling.
and
Yeah.
humiliation. Like I love the word humiliation, although I know it has a connotation, but
Yeah.
because the root of it is humus, which means the earth. And that like the ultimate grounding, the ultimate like I really feel now like I'm in this body. This body is not different from spirit. The spirit is not different from all of this.
Yeah.
Then and again, so I guess like that, yeah, that theme of like bridging worlds or whatever, I think like, oh, like ultimately it was like bridging any idea that spirit or body are different, that
Yes.
I and another are different, that there's actually no need to bridge
No
because
need to
like
bridge, and it which is why I am probably still slightly baffled when I hear that people, like, the people who sort of push away or like literally encourage avoidance of
yes.
like emotions or even
Yeah.
thoughts. um the encourage, pushing anything away is what I'm trying to say, or avoid, or that kind of thing. That surprises me that the people who teach about enlightenment do that, because that movement no longer makes sense. There's quite literally nothing to push
Well, you can't.
or
You
dismiss,
can't.
and you can't even
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, like I mean, at least my experience, the difference too, like in a very visceral experiential sense is I can't not feel things anymore. Like it's just like things come up to be felt and they are felt. I can try to hold things, but it's like I think, others talk about this, there's still this ability to sort of kind of like create a sense of like a temporary like identity or something like that, but that is like can't be held anymore. Like it
Yeah.
can't be, there isn't an ability to like solidify that in such a way where like I'm not feeling what I feel and I don't
Yeah.
like see what I see. It does feel like someone turned the lights on and all of a sudden like it's like the one metaphor I was like it's not like someone turns the lights on and everything's clean and
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's like actually you've been spending your whole life with the lights off and you've been knocking over the dishes and running into the dog and the kids crying. And then you turn on the lights and you see what's there. You see what's there. And it's not good or bad. You just see it. You see it
Yeah.
for the first time and you're like, oh, let me pick up the cup and put it and wash the
Yeah.
dishes and let me, sort out the things in my life. So nothing, not something that's really big for me and coming out through the side of the what we, say is like the sort of that sense of that nothingness or no self or is actually karma has nothing to do with that. Like the way that your patterns work or the things you've been up to, that's just life moving. Like that's just life moving, like non-judgmentally, right?
Yeah.
And you, even without the sense of like a separate self, life will continue. You just see it now. So it's like emotions continue, life continues. You may still like do something that's, that you don't like maybe want to do in the context of society, and things still happen. You just are able to see it without resistance, so you can directly address it. So that's the
Yes.
experience. How it's like now I can have a tough conversation with a friend, which I've been, doing now. It's like when I was in deep retreat, I was like still avoiding things in my
Oh
life
yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
and so coming out of that is now like calling the people and being like, we never talked about this. Like,
Yeah.
I want to talk to you because I don't feel that resistance now or that shame of like just owning what I've done and
Or just
owning.
being with the discomfort, being with the
Yeah,
discomfort of criticism, being with the discomfort
right.
of being called out, or
Yes.
you know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
and I think will also surprise me sometimes when I hear about the teachings. And again, there's probably multiple interpretations. So again, I'm not like saying everybody says the same thing or anything like that. But this whole notion of like transcending life and being sort of detached from life, or life, the daily grind being an obstacle to enlightenment, when in a sense it's like it ends up being a complete full immersion of life. In other words,
Yes.
just like it's literally the opposite of that. You're even more immersed in life precisely
Yeah.
because, I mean, at least this person is more immersed, because to even say that someone is immersed in life is actually, if we're kind of like pushing the envelope, there is
Yeah.
just life
There's
itself,
just like,
immersed in itself in a way, right?
yeah.
But if we're talking about the Sarah and the Maggie and everything, right? There's such a full-blown immersion in like with everything that is life, the daily grind, the challenges, the whatever life brings, that it's quite literally the opposite of being detached from that,
Yes.
because there is no resistance to the discomfort that may come as we are engaged with life fully, right? So yeah, I
Yes.
mean, I
That
I don't
that's
know if I
exactly
articulated
how I
that.
experience. No,
Yeah,
that's beautiful, and that's exactly how I experience it too. It's the opposite of being detached in the way we think about detachment,
yeah,
where it's like it's because detachment, that's duality. Like if you think about it, like I had this metaphor come to me of like I thought I needed to be like the still rock in a stream that, life is flowing as that stream. And
yeah.
I need to be the rock that's staying steady and still and meditating, whatever, and holding
Yes,
sort
yes,
of
yes,
this
yes,
anchor.
yes.
But actually, when you come into this more of this non-dual, it's like you're actually become a part of the stream. And at the same time, you're not moving at all. So it's like it's both that like it's just moving with life. Life just is, and you are part of life. And there is this stillness that's never changing, that's
Yeah,
eternal, and that
definitely.
it's both at the same time. And I think that's where I've been exploring, and I've been for myself and just really interested in, is that the fact that I think it's actually not until you get into this non-dual realization that
Yeah,
you can explore duality fully. Because
yeah,
it's like where before you're like attached to your identity so much. Like
yes,
I think of the
yes,
mask, like you're wearing, like I was wearing my like servant mask, my perfectionist mask, all these things, like even the seeker mask. But because of that, I couldn't see the full duality of life
yes,
because you're holding on to that one frame, like that one, like you could say, like this oneness of that one way of seeing the world.
yeah,
But it's like not until you collapse like that frame that you see actually the duality is allowed, like the duality of I'm not perfect and I'm perfect, like I'm both a servant and I suck at like giving, that there's
yes,
like
yes, yes, yes,
these
yes,
both can exist at the same time without that sense of resistance and shame, which is what's holding up that sense of identity, right? That's why we have identities, is because we're trying to protect
yeah,
something that's not quite as natural as the stream flowing, but it's still part of this also. It's still
yeah,
part of. So I found that what's so beautiful is like I can just be so deep in duality because I have a non-duality. And it's like I think some folks stay in the non-duality maybe and kind of dwell in like that eternal state, and you can kind of stay like sort of dismissive of duality in that non-duality, but it feels like to me the more of the embodied like sense of the non-duality is like actually like we're talking about like you can be with emotions, you could be with anything.
I think because the stillness that I think what you and I are talking about, which is why I'm saying correct me if I'm wrong, um, is inherent to that isness that we're talking about. You know what I mean? So it's like it's not that I, the Maggie, have to reach a point of stillness and therefore become emotionless, thoughtless, numb, or stoic 24/7 kind of person. It's not about developing another identity of being a still person. The stillness is inherent to life itself,
Yes.
and that
Yeah.
isness of life, right? And that isness of life includes emotions and thoughts and changing experiences and all sorts of
Hmm.
chaos.
Yeah.
and so on and so on, right? So, um, and I think that for as long as, and this is where I think Angela is so good at talking about it, that like for as long as there's fixation and aversion that are really powerful and that push-pull against anything, then probably there's still some sense of um separation left. But I laughed. I was like, I remember when my boyfriend, when I was 25, told me, "You are this extraordinary mixture of being completely and utterly compassionate and completely and utterly selfish." And I remember like being so appalled by what he said. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I was just like completely insulted because how dare he, think that I was selfish and, whatever. Sarah, he was so right. You know what I mean? Like it's literally, and to me, part of this journey as well of awakening was really embracing both and
Yes.
actually seeing that this is absolutely fucking true.
Yes.
Maybe I should, this is like, we're talking now like 20 years later, maybe I should like email him
Yeah.
and say, hey, you were probably my like, spiritual teacher in disguise. But I absolutely agree with you. I think uh once this is seen sort of, then you actually are even more fascinated with like the world of form and how it works
Yes.
and even the psychology
Yes.
because because it's not about denying again anything, and that includes our psychology. It's just that when you're not bound by the psychology, because you know that you're not just that identity that's bound by your conditioned patterns and whatever. Now it's almost like you just like, wow, this is amazing. Like, how does that work? You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
and so but this is coming from a place of just like incredible openness and curiosity, and like you said, no non-judgment. So the idea of like pushing away this conditioned self, which is such an incredible phenomenon, is just again virtually impossible because like how can you deny this? This conditioned self continues to operate and
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
there's a reason why I don't like matcha latte or like and someone else
Yes. And personal preferences,
and personal preferences.
which is another thing that I think a lot of teachings talk about, like you shouldn't, or at some point you lose personal preferences. But I mean, yeah, that is a denial of the conditioned self, which to
Yeah,
me, it just doesn't make sense anymore. I think at a
yeah,
certain point, I thought I was trying to, like you said, to be that stillness, to be the one that didn't have personal preferences. But it actually was just, I realize now, just playing into my existing karma and patterning about overgiving, over subscribing to what others needed, and not having any sense of my own
yes,
separate self, which is actually part of this whole thing, right? Actually having a sense of separate self and having you can have them at the same time. And
yes,
that's what's so mind-blowing is that, and that's why like paradox really is like the more you hold paradox is the more that you get deeper into like that paradox can be held without exploding your
yes,
mind
yeah, 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 yeah,
is
yeah,
kind of like what this is, right? Where it's like actually me being with someone, like when I'm with a friend, there's no separation. There's
yeah,
no sense of us being separate. I'm just with them, but as this, but I'm also me. And it's
yes,
also, I need to set boundaries. If we're up too late, I need to go home and I need to make that decision to like just, to set like, oh, I need rest and, take care of this body. That is all true at the same time. The stillness it always is, and there's nothing to do. It's like that can be all held at the same time. And like you said, for me, like yeah, since I've been like just more fascinated by psychology and more fascinated by the very human
yeah.
things
Which is why,
that
again, I love astrology so much because to me it speaks to those patterns so well, and stuff like that. And so I find that like there's not a day when someone talks to me about their journey or tells me what they're going through, and I look at their transits and I'm like, it's all there.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
this is crazy. So like this whole, and I remember actually when that sort of illness revealed itself, the first thing I said, I think, was something like, it's already here. Like it cannot be any different to what it is. It's already there.
Yeah.
And to me,
Yeah.
a birth chart is a kind of reflection of that truth. It's all already there. It's sort of, yeah, it's fascinating. I'm not sure about the what people mean by the preferences, because I think for me, the preference around how I feel collapsed.
Hmm.
So I no longer care how I feel. It doesn't matter to
Hmm.
me whether I am grumpy on my period or,
Yeah.
joyful to go and eat something nice in a beautiful ambience or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
The sort of preference around how I feel and what my experience is. So I'm not, yeah,
Right.
that's
That's really
gone.
right. That's maybe, and that's a better, like, it's more resistance to like that I should be feeling this or I should be feeling that. So
Yeah,
it's like, and that could be seen as a preference, or it could be as
yeah,
just like that wall of that dam, like that most of us like just are just holding that resistance to feeling what's
yeah,
needs to be felt or and it's
yeah,
perfectly on time when that's there. It's there to protect for the right moment,
yeah,
like when we
yeah,
need that protection. And then when it's not needed anymore, when the conditions are right. And I do feel like it's so much of it is conditions. Like when I look back, I'm like, me being able to have the privilege of being in nature so much, to be able to have
yeah,
the time, to have the resources, to be able to
yeah.
take my time is an extraordinary gift that I didn't ever earn, really. There's nothing to that. Like a lot of it, like that is in my chart too. I feel like a lot of like you're going to spend a lot of time in nature and having all of my tourist placements, but it's like I don't know exactly, and that's part of the
Yeah, it's a
mystery. I
mystery.
don't know
Yeah,
exactly why I got to have all these conditions that set me up for this. But I
yeah,
think, and it doesn't mean also that you, at the same time, the opposite's true. Like someone could be, like you said, in a yoga class, their first yoga class, not need any of like the ongoing conditions and have some wild awakening.
yeah,
So it just depends on the person. And so
yeah.
always like holding that um these things aren't as simple as we seem to think they are, and especially when following like any kind of path or lineage
I
that
actually love every time life quite literally just trashes any fixed ideas, like even the ideas that I had about how things should be. You know what I mean? So
yeah
I'm not even talking
yeah
about like the dogmatic stuff, the sort of traditions and everything as to how this awakening should play out, how long each stage should last, and because I've known enough people, and I don't actually know that many, but I know enough, and listening to a journey just like yourself as well, that the sequence, the length of time, the intensity, everything, it's unique to people. You know what I mean?
yeah
And I mean, I've known people waking up over a pint of Guinness, and people who, been sitting on a cushion for 20 years and still seeking. You know what I mean? But it doesn't mean that you have to go to the pub and sit with, Guinness every day
right
too, right? Like
yeah
everything can be instantly turned into a strategy or like into, you know, but the best, I think, word is the mystery. Ultimately it's a mystery. It is the most humbling mystery, which doesn't allow you to really hold on to
yeah
anything anymore as to how life should play out, not to mention this mystery of awakening or, anything else.
But I guess like when you're just speaking about the mystery, like so much of my journey was like just tuning into that mystery and having sort of a love affair with the mystery. And I think like that longing, that sense of longing that we all have, whether we know it or not, like there's this sense of wanting to fulfill or be connected to something, whether we try to get it through like booze, food, work, whatever, like I've like had, like, as I said, like grew up with that, like trying to sort of numb or fix things through that sense of filling the void, filling the longing. But I think like, yeah, that turning point of like, okay, like that longing is like actually just so, it can be this like beautiful love affair too.
Beautiful. Yeah. Yeah.
And just realizing also like in the end too, like you don't, it's not like the mystery becomes like totally known. It's like the mystery is also still there. The mystery remains, but there's things about yourself that are known. There's all this stuff that like lights up that you have new awareness around, but at the same time, like I love that I was always like drawn to like these metaphors around darkness. Like if you, it's scientifically, 95% of our universe is black holes or dark energy. And so and that's of our known universe.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I can't help but think that that is like a direct reflection of our own selves. Like that is, we're like 95% unknown. And maybe even with like a sense of coming into greater awareness and no self, whatever you want to call it, maybe 5% gets illuminated. But it's like we don't even need more than that. Like there are certain things maybe you want to become more aware of because you want to shift or change, or you just like come into better relationship with your friends, your family, whatever things that are important to you. But it's like, um, yeah, some things are just still a mystery. And it's like that, just holding that too is humbling and just like a good thing to always know that there's never a place, at least for me.
To land.
Yeah, and when you try to find a place to land, that's when you start creating identities, and that's when you get into trouble because then you start trying to hold on to something that will just cast a shadow and cast more mystery.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, and I think that's so ongoing for me, it's an ongoing humbling of just finding more and more places that I haven't seen that I'm going to see, and that it's not an ending, there's no end to that, like
Yes. Yeah.
life is continuing to show me that and show where I can, like you said, like hold that discomfort, hold the challenge in life, the pain, the real everyday things in a way that's like, just being
Yeah.
directly with it and just um very in a very ordinary way. But yeah, um well, I guess things to share. I do have a podcast which I've been very like I create whenever I feel like it. So not a very that's I guess also my Taurus moon where I'm just like, well.
That's
But
my Mars in Taurus. It's
oh
like
yeah.
I'm like on the roll with like videos, Mars is sort of action and just doing, and then Taurus is like none, and then
Yeah.
there's like
Yeah.
break and then I go again, so it's like
Let's
that.
go just hang out in the woods, like but yeah, I do have this podcast, it's The Path is the Purpose, which is really funny because
Yes.
I chose that title not knowing. I was like, there's something in that, and I know what that means really.
Beautiful. I
It
love that name. So I remember when you contacted me and you
yeah.
told me what was the name of the podcast, I just loved it straight away. I was like, man, that's such a beautiful way to put it. So I'm gonna
Yeah.
leave links to that and anything else,
Okay.
Sarah?
I've been writing and about especially these like the duality stuff because I love like especially hearing a lot of the non-duality folks.
Mhm.
I'm really into duality right now. I,
Ironically.
I know, like, and I just like I think it's super fun to
Yeah.
explore duality from this space of like non-duality. So it's just something I've been writing about, and I think I'm going to be sharing more. So I created a Substack.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's Sarah Walker Ting substack.com, and it links to my podcast too, which is fun. Like Substack allows you to like merge writing with podcasts and other platforms, so I just thought it'd be a cool way to like have everything in the same place. But yeah, I think I've been like writing nonstop for like the last several months, and it's turning into, I think, a book because it's like 100 pages now. So I'm like, oh wow, it's fun to just kind of like let life kind of life you, and then you're just like, wow, how 100 pages later, I don't know what this is
But let me
becoming.
tell you, as I was listening to your story, I was thinking I would read this book anytime. You know
Oh,
what I mean? Like
awesome.
I would read about this story like seriously.
Oh.
And then also you have such a you're really gifted with words and you just speak beautifully. So it's been such a pleasure to just listen to you, you know, articulate what's been, you know, quite a journey. So it's been amazing to
Yeah.
have you on. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I'll have to, I know that you've written books, so I wonder maybe I can share with you earlier on because yeah, but I appreciate that. And it's fun to be able to be in conversation with folks where we just kind of like are able to see and recognize each other.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that is one of the biggest things on this journey, just having anyone that can see and recognize where you're at. It's a game changer when,
Yeah.
especially in the periods of doubt and
Yeah.
not knowing and a lot of, the unpacking of so much. So,
Yeah,
um,
I suppose especially I can imagine like either when you have no frame of reference, like I didn't have any frame of reference as to
Mhm.
what was going on, or when you've been exposed to so many teachings that you're like, you know,
Yeah,
like you're just so confused that to actually as to what should be or what's
yeah,
right or what's correct rather than just being in your own knowing, you know, and I'm so glad that you mentioned about the longing and the journey and even you talking about because you know, I so resonate with you. But I mean, there's so many bits and pieces that are kind of similar in our experiences, you know. But you know, I've always had what feels right for me, you know, and I never cared that someone in authority, religious, spiritual, whatever, says this. And not in a disrespectful way, by the way. I'm just saying that like if what they were saying that I should do didn't resonate me or didn't feel right, I wouldn't do it. And I wouldn't care that they have like a million of followers or like, you know, it just wouldn't be important. And, you know, and I think that there's a real beauty in shifting the attention from what people say you should be doing to what you feel is right for you. And I understand that for many, this is not an easy task, that it's easier said than done because we're so disconnected from ourselves, you know? So I completely understand that. But honestly, the path is the teacher. I mean, it sounds so cliche, and your path is unique, and you're an authority on your experience, you
but
know?
it's so important to say. And I just like, that's why I really love that you're like reiterating that because I didn't hear that, in my path. Like, so
Really?
I didn't. I heard more often than you are unique. I heard more often, this is how you do this system. This is how,
Right.
and I think we talked about on my podcast, our conversation, like my sun is squared with Saturn. And so like that, like part of like my path was just like coming into these challenges of meeting teachers
Yeah.
that were in just a different, they were teaching in a different way than that was intuitive to me. And so it's like through that struggle of that self-doubt and having to again and again be like, this isn't quite what I'm about. But going into that self-doubt so much and knowing and leaning into the intuition and knowing like, I'm doing like the way I move is this way and they
Yeah.
move this way. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to part ways
Yeah.
with this person.
Yeah.
And I had to do that several times with different teachers. And it doesn't have to be anything dramatic, but it's just like you said, recognizing again with the non-duality thing, it's like there is the duality of you are unique and there are
Yeah.
certain things that work for you that don't work for others. Even a non-dual teacher may say like, do Vipassana, do like breath work, do whatever, when
Yeah.
that's not maybe what you're meant to do, and it for some folks, I also recognize some people intuition comes easier, like that sense
Yes.
of
Yes.
knowing comes easier. And I think for
Yeah.
you and I, that is like that was more like of a central guiding
Yes.
star, like North Star. And for
Yeah.
some folks, they are more intellectual, maybe, or a bit more
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
thought-based. And
Mm-hmm.
I never really did a lot of that thought kind of sort of exercises
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
lot of the non-duality. I was like, what are these guys doing? But I did some inquiry, but it was like, it wasn't to the extent that a lot of other folks do. So you just really like have to find what feels right for you. And that may mean parting ways with people, which is one of the hardest things, like, and just
Yes.
recognizing our very human need for
Yeah.
connection and
Parting
belonging.
ways with family members,
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
uh even if it may be temporary, by the way. Like I'm not saying like
Right.
yeah, but it does happen. Sometimes it needs doing, at
Mhm.
least maybe at some stages for many people. But losing friends, losing
Yeah.
maybe even leaving a community that you've been part of, it and I don't mean to say that to like, and I'm sure you neither you're saying this to like scare anyone, but it's really worth it in the end, like some of those some of what feels incredibly challenging, in the moment, and needs to be done and is not easy, ultimately. um yeah, and there's another thing I want to say, Sarah, that the great teachers that I met, some of the greatest to me, that's my made up criteria of what makes a great teacher, is one that meets you where you're at. Um, One that is actually even willing to say, you know what, from what I'm hearing, I'm not for you. Like, I
Love
actually
that.
can't help you. I know another person and I think you should talk to them. Or I don't know anybody, but please continue because I'm out of my depth here, or I'm this is not my thing, and I think you need something else. You know, and a great teacher, I think, like I said, will also admit when they misjudge their situation. So, and great teachers will say, "Oh my God, I've seen people one on one, and I completely misjudged where the person was at, and I got the situation completely wrong." Something like that. And a great teacher, just like in academia, will not have the it lacks the ego that is afraid to say I was wrong or I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I mean that just translates to like everyone, not just spiritual teacher, but to me, these are the kind of three things that stand out for me the most when like looking for support with the teacher, that and that they will not wrong you. You know what I mean? They will not make you feel like they will not wrong you. Can you maybe speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, I really appreciate that. The other thing that comes up for me too is if the teacher has an agenda of their own, everyone has their own, lenses or
Biases
experience.
or yeah.
Biases. Yeah, even yeah, post like no self. People are gonna have you're born into a certain world, into a certain body, and I think even Bernadette Roberts talks about like post no self. God still leaves you with a little bit of your humanness just to keep you. And it's like, I'd still say it's a little more than a little bit, but you still have, like, you still, everyone would perceive you as a normal human being. Like, no one's going to be like, oh, like, this person is perfect. You're still an intersection of so many different patterns,
Yeah.
ancestral things, things are happening. And so if a teacher has an agenda, it's probably based on their ego. Like there's something that they're trying to achieve,
Mm-hmm.
maybe to prove something, whatever. And I've experienced this with teachers, and it may be in the name of service, in the name of trying to enlighten you, trying to, and I think just that word trying, like if someone's really like efforting you into the next stage of its
Right.
spiritual stage, that's a good indicator that someone has a bit more of that, that mask that they're wearing, that a bit of like an identity they're holding on
Mm-hmm.
to.
Mm-hmm.
I find with teachers who are like a bit more spacious, like they're just kind of there, as a
Yeah.
presence, and they're, like you said, willing to meet whatever comes up with you for that unique situation.
Yeah.
That is a bit more of that where you can get the support that you uniquely need. And you're not being taken on a journey to accomplish something that that teacher needs to accomplish for their own
Yeah.
sense of self,
Yeah.
and I still feel like I benefited a lot from those teachers that had that, like, sort of more of an agenda of trying to
Yeah.
enlighten me.
Yeah.
But there's certain skills that they had that, like, definitely, like in the energy work and like different Buddhist practices, did certainly do things that were really beautiful. And it couldn't take me all the way to
Yeah.
where like I was going, and where I feel like the things that I, like you said, very particularly needed. And I think so that combination with just, yeah, someone who, if they're not open to feedback and they're not like humble enough to receive feedback, that is an indicator of kind of where they're at, right? Because like you're saying, we were talking about earlier, at a certain like point, you're like very open to feedback. You're very
Yeah.
open. Anyone confronting you about like what you've done wrong, or like if you've like misstepped, or you've offended someone, even if you can see through a bit of like that person's projection or whatever it
Mm-hmm.
is,
Mm-hmm.
there's still an ability to be with that.
Yeah.
And if someone's not able to be with your feedback, saying like, if you tell a teacher like there's something that you did that didn't feel right to me, and that teacher's not able to hold it and like be with it and accept that,
Mm.
I would be wary of that too, because it's just like it shows a bit of where they're at. I mean, maybe up to a certain point that's great,
Yeah.
but then at a certain point, then that's no longer someone who can hold the space of that more,
Yeah.
yeah, that spaciousness that I think is really, like, at the end of the day, like a lot of the holding that a teacher can do is like holding that sense of presence or unconditional space
Mm-hmm.
that someone can see themselves,
Mm.
and the teacher can like reflect back what they're seeing, or seeing something that you don't want to see, um, but not
It works
not
both ways. It works
yeah.
both ways. That, it's
Yes,
about
exactly.
the teacher being able to be with the discomfort of receiving a feedback that might not be comfortable, but it also means that if they reflect on you something that about you, right, that's not
Yes.
comfortable,
Yes,
then you want to
exactly.
be with that. I mean, the some of the greatest teachings for me came through my own responses and reactions to a teacher,
Yeah.
even though I didn't have that much contact because I've been really in the presence of like within a group setting for not a long period of time, but it was enough to reveal my own,
Yeah.
expectations of what they should be like, and my expectations of how they should respond to me. And boy, when I didn't receive validation for my wisdom that I shared, within the group, and then nobody applauded, it was just shocking. So that's
Yeah, I think
right.
that's the best teachers and the ones that I felt like I really wanted to seek. Because the thing is, a lot of this is like just seeing your blind spots, like a
Yeah.
lot of like, the revealing of, what's behind the mask is like, can I find someone who can show me or just point to like, have you seen this part of what you're doing? And you're
Yeah.
like, oh shit,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
yeah, damn. But I think yeah, they're depending on who you are. Like I said, like I feel like my greatest teachers are the ones that led to the biggest awakenings were like my most painful
Yes.
experience,
Yes.
right? The ones that shattered my ego and
Yes.
the ones that like coming out of that, I wouldn't say I would want, an abusive relationship for anyone.
No, no,
But
no, no.
for me, at like that experience of going through that ego shattering, realizing that was the truth of my situation was extremely humbling. And I
Yeah.
think a lot of folks can, like, if you're able to confront and see what's just true about a situation,
Yeah.
that can be the most like awakening moment. And if
Yes.
you're not able to see it directly in that moment, that's okay. But if you are, then there's so much possibility in that moment. Not, yeah,
Yeah.
and it's not you have to live through struggle or have to suffer a certain amount, but it's
Yeah.
like if you do, and it's already true, to see it, to actually like see it, and someone for all of us, it's easier when someone else points it out or mirrors it
Yeah.
to,
Yeah.
and life will just do that, it will show you where you're not directly looking at something
Yeah.
through
Yeah.
the mirrors that are
Yeah.
around you. And that's a great teacher, I think, like you said, does that too, is able to, in a way that's effective,
Yeah.
give you that feedback.
The last thing that came to me when it comes to like the red flags and the lists of things about teachers is um I personally would stay sort of away from teachers who discourage you actively, I would even say, um, from exploring different paths, from exploring different teachers, from exploring different traditions, for exploring different practices, or like whatever else is out there. If there's kind of actively discourage you from doing that, not to mention shame you or guilt trip you for it, then that for me personally would have been a massive red flag, and I would not want to, because it's different to like agree with different approaches or disagree or like them or not like them. I think that's completely normal. um to have those kind of biases or preferences or like whatever, but it's very different from actively bashing different traditions, or teachers' approaches, and also actively discouraging you from exploring something else because what they do is kind of, I don't know, correct or the
Yeah.
ultimate truth or like whatever.
Yeah. I think one of like the key words there for me is judgment. So
Mm-hmm.
if a teacher is judging other teachers and
Mm-hmm.
judging like or judging your path or judging like that is a really good indicator for me of like
Can you explain what you specific, because I can see how like
yeah,
immediately like how this word can be interpreted in so many different
yes,
ways.
yes, yes,
So
yes.
can you explain what that means?
Yeah, I mean, I could say like shit talking. So
Yeah.
like if like a teacher's kind of like shit talking on another tradition and they're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, like that teacher doesn't know what they're talking about, blah 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 blah
Mm-hmm.
blah." That's like the positionality for
Mm-hmm.
me. That's when people position themselves above or even below another being, that's part of this mask that we wear, right? That is a defense mechanism to not have to see yourself or the other clearly. And
Yeah.
so it just an indicator of where that person's at in like where they're holding something. And so I definitely found that with teachers who were like shit talking other teachers or other traditions. And it's like, well, the question to me was like, why do they need to do that?
Right. Yeah.
Like what is that feeding in them? Like how does it like give a sense of self-importance?
Especially if it's like a theme. It's a theme. It's not
Mhm.
like a one-off thing. It's almost like
Yeah.
they're on a mission to,
Yeah. Disprove other
yes,
people
yes, yes, yes.
so it's almost like a chip on the shoulder or something like that, where it's like,
Yeah.
okay, this it's not about the students anymore. It's about you trying to prove something or
Yeah.
you like feeling that your way is better than other people's ways.
Yeah.
When ultimately like there's so much diversity for what works for whoever. And it could be that the thing that's completely opposite to what you think works for you works for somebody else. And you just can't, I mean, just, yeah, claiming to know that you know all of that and you know what's going to work for everyone
Yeah.
is really not, is just not true in the end.
Yeah.
But yeah, and we all do that to some extent because we do have our
Oh,
personal
yeah. Oh, big time.
experiences.
Yes,
And
of
so it's
course.
like, so, but the thing is, like, if you're, yeah, investing all of your trust and energy in a teacher, I think like that's just something to look for and be aware of. You could even still work with that teacher and get what you need from that teacher, but be aware of like what that's serving, and just
Yeah.
any relationship with
Yeah.
anyone. If someone's trying to make themselves like blame other people or, project things, like that's not coming from um that's coming from a place of a hurt, of like a wound of something,
Yeah.
and it's part of like a very innate way of adapting to the world, but it's certainly not um it's not going to help someone see you clearly. It's not going to like
Yeah.
help like
Yeah.
a very clear way of like revealing maybe your own shadows and things that maybe you want to look at. So yeah, so those are just some things that like I definitely directly like encountered and I feel like are easy to, there are a lot of teachers that claim they don't feel anymore, claim they don't whatever anymore, but it comes out
Yeah.
their actions. You'll see through their actions that they're judging someone else, that they have resentment, that they're all these things. Like people will show you who they are, like Maya Angelou said. So like trust when people show you who they are. And
Yeah.
sometimes you don't find out until later on. Sometimes you're in 3 months into working with someone.
I'm not even speaking from like a place of, I'm so perfect and they do this. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
like, it's just, I recognize this. I recognize this multiple times in myself. But I'm just
yeah,
saying that had I been on the path right now and I came across the teachers who really, like I said, seem to be making their mission to bash other traditions and teachers and approaches and stuff like that, then that would be a red flag for me and I would be out,
yeah. Well, I
because of
think
that.
that, yeah, and that's where like the feedback thing like feels like for me, like if that teacher can recognize like I judge and shit talk a lot of other traditions and they're in full ownership of that.
Yes.
That's different. That's very different because we do all shit talk. Like,
Yes.
it's like it's a very human thing. We all
Yeah.
gossip, we all talk about each other, and we all do that. And like it's it's like the both and again with the duality of it. It's like that's true of everyone. We all have that potential. We
Yes.
all do
Yeah.
act in that way. And if you're claiming otherwise, you're claiming to be a fully realized person and that but you're like doing this, it's very, if to me, that unconscious way of like, okay, you're doing this, but you're claiming something else so that you're not seeing clearly. But the clear seeing is like, not that, like, again, if I turn on the lights in the house and like all the dishes are on the ground, I'm seeing clearly that all the dishes are on the ground.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not seeing like, so I'm seeing that like, oh yeah, I judge sometimes and I talk shit sometimes and that's real. I'm not pretending that the dishes are like
Exactly.
washed in the
Exactly.
sink and they're already
Yeah.
done. Like that's just not the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
That's like what I was
Yeah.
referring to before too. Like if the reality of my situation is I'm stuck in these karmic patterns that are really unhealthy for me, that's just the reality of the
Yeah.
situation. It doesn't, there's no judgment there of like whether that's good or bad, but even just
Yes.
like awareness of it is that ability to like to actually kind of like see through it and
Yeah.
actually see then the non-duality of it where you're like, oh, okay, like this is what it is. And
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
something in that, then by making that okay, by
Yeah.
like this is okay because this is a human thing to do or
Yeah.
be a part of, then I can actually do something about it because I'm not resisting it. I'm not pretending I'm something else.
Yeah.
I'm not pretending I'm like above that or like that my whatever, like my way of doing things is better than other people.
But that's what I mean.
But
It's not, we're not
mhm,
talking about, at least I'm not talking about, expectations of someone being a perfect person who doesn't behave a certain way. There's something so incredibly fresh when, for example, a teacher, not to mention teacher that's like known, by many people comes out and says, I screwed up or I've actually done that or whatever, and be with the discomfort of that being exposed in public.
yeah.
That to me is such a powerful teaching right there that's fresh and authentic and then, anything written from the scriptures. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
that's precisely what this is about, meeting the situation as it is without trying to paint it to be something else or hiding it or pretending that this is not the case.
And that's when you feel like, to me, like when someone, it feels like embodied, like that sense of like you can hold all the extremes of the emotions of that extreme discomfort of being in your body, feeling that challenge that like won't go away with
Yeah.
whatever. No, it's just like that is a very human thing because it ancestrally, like millions of years of evolution, our body, like to think that we like have overcome that, it's just sort of silly. But like there's just certain things that are baked into this body and this like in our emotions that are felt when we're
Yeah.
here with it, and
Yeah.
um yeah, to be able to fully be with that and confront it, that is like the be here now. It's not like being here now means like I don't feel
Yeah.
anything
Like,
and
yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just so zen and I don't like experience the world. I
Yeah.
don't I don't go to parties. I don't like
I'm
go,
unmoved. I'm untouched. I'm,
yeah.
like, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's like,
yeah,
yeah, that's also kind of true. But like also there's this sense of being very human
yeah,
and experiencing the full spectrum of emotions and being able to
yeah,
not only that, like feel more a wider range of the full spectrum of emotions because there's the full capacity to hold like all this energy that wasn't able to be held before. So it's like,
yeah.
oh, that's that's really cool. Like to feel that for me, like that fundamental okayness, regardless, like, and I think that,
Genuine
yeah,
fundamental okayness. Yeah,
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 which I was realizing like, oh, like it feels like, there's a lot of talk about like ending suffering and all that about, the spiritual path, but I don't really think that's for me in my experience, like that's
yeah.
not it. Actually, we don't
Mm-hmm.
really want to end suffering, or I don't, however you define suffering, like feeling not the way you want to feel or whatever.
Yeah,
It's in a sense, it's just being okay regardless of whatever that is. And I guess that does come in a sense of like not suffering because you don't push away things. You don't feel like you can't feel certain things. But at the same time, there is still a feeling of like, oof, like the discomfort of feeling big things. Like you're saying, if you were confronted in that kind of a situation, you would still the large discomfort of that. Like I still feel like really big emotions but now it's like there's this fundamental okayness underneath that
yeah.
that is unconditional.
You can think you're like done with like maybe even powerful emotions or something like that. But if you live in a hut in the middle of nowhere and you're never exposed to life, or you're just surrounded by, yes sayers and people who agree with you all the time and you're on the same page and nobody rattles you know, do you know what I mean? Like life is just, you're not really out there exposing yourself to various situations, and it's really easy to assume that you're like zened out, you know, forever. Because you never know, life can bring something that will prove you otherwise. But the point is, you don't expect that to happen. Like you're not expecting emotions to be there, or you're not expecting not to be sort of rattled. But with the suffering, I'll just say that um, in my experience, the suffering has come to an end, you know. But what I mean by that
Yeah, I think it's
is,
important to define
but what
it.
I mean by that, I call it a psychological suffering that came to an end. And by that, I mean what used to be the movement of the mind that would evaluate and that would say, I should not be feeling this. I'd rather feel a different way or something like that, you know? So this is very different to like the lack of sadness or lack of, there's all spectrum of emotions, but it's precisely what you're saying, that because to me the resistance to those things and the fight mode, um but also not just with what I was feeling, but like my circumstances, how my life should be, you know, being in a constant arguing mode with life or resistance to life or my emotions. That's what was creating the suffering. So, in that sense, now that that resistance and that arguing is gone, the suffering that it was causing is gone too. You know what I mean? But I think it can be so easily misconstrued to mean that, for example, you're not feeling sadness or you're not feeling the pain of a child being harmed physically or, you know, whatever, right? Like that's,
Yeah,
to me, these are, but I can see how that can be, you know. But then
right.
I also recognize that, first of all, this is semantics, and we're talking about a level of experience that's so incredibly intimate that it's really difficult to even put it into words, in terms of what that lack of suffering means, or how that experience has changed. And then I also recognize the fact that everybody is different, because even after I've met enough people who have gone through the stages that you've been through and that I've been through, and our experiences still very much vary. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
uniqueness continues, and I think that this is beautiful. Like that to me is just wonderful, you know, that it is different, you know?
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think the main point in there that you're saying that I really love and I want to underline is there is a lot of conflating suffering with negative emotions or
Mm-hmm.
like sadness, grief, anger.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and so I think that's where a lot of the confusion is, that people think, oh, if I end suffering, I won't feel these negative emotions anymore, right? Because
Right. Like
we've
grief, like,
judged,
right.
yeah, we've judged emotions so that there are good emotions and bad emotions, negative
Yes.
ones and positive ones, and that's still very much a part of like the spiritual like
Yes.
vocabulary is
Yeah.
negative emotions. And so I think that's where I guess I don't
That's
tend to
good. Yeah,
use
yeah,
yeah, I
yeah.
just don't tend to use the word suffering as, yeah, because I think I think technically it's supposed to mean, at least in Buddhism, that like the lack of resistance, you know, the like the if
Right.
you end suffering, you end your resistance. It's like
Right.
actually now you feel full on
Right.
100% grief. Like now
Yes.
you feel
Yes.
100% sadness. And that's where I guess like I feel, yeah, this desire to end suffering can be actually to end negative emotions.
Right.
But
Very good.
that's
Yes.
actually not what it's about. Actually, it's the opposite in the end. It's actually that wall of like, that floodgate that we're holding to hold all of these negative emotions in us
Beautiful.
is
Yeah. Yeah.
exactly the resistance wall that needs to be eventually either surrendered or broken open by someone who pierces it or whatever it is, whatever context that you find yourself, some miraculous opening, whatever. But that's the resistance wall that is like standing between positive and negative, between light and dark.
Yeah.
That is what's holding the duality, the sense of the separate other, right? It's
Yes. Yes.
actually
Yes.
that is in of itself the judgment between what is to be felt and what's not to be
Yeah.
felt,
But it's
right?
the same. It's the same like with the word we were talking earlier about stillness, right? That
Yes.
stillness, rather than, which I think refers to like the inherent stillness of what is, not stillness as in I become a still person that doesn't feel anything ever.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
like,
Again, where it's like an efforting or a trying to be something that you already
yes,
are.
yeah,
And
yeah,
actually, it's like the letting go of trying to be the thing that allows the stillness to settle into your body and actually be embodied. And that's like, then it's funny because it's like when you start to learn meditation, everyone I've talked to who's starting to learn meditation, including myself, felt like, oh, I can't sit still. Like, I'm not going to
hmm
be able to meditate. But it's
hmm
so funny because you realize, like, actually, no one's supposed to try to sit still. Like, no one's supposed to, like, the trying to sit still is not actually how we get to stillness, right? It's like actually that trying and the efforting can be like a going against the stream, like swimming against the current. Sometimes like there is like a real effort like that needs to be made for me, like, sitting down, putting chocolate in front of myself. So I actually do like have a devotional practice that I think there is something to like having a discipline where you tune in to that sense of stillness. You tune in and like kind of connect to that. But at the same time, like that efforting is actually the in meditation, and that stillness is the inverse of that, where you're letting go of the trying until there it just is stillness, right? Like the stillness isn't
yeah,
because you try to be still, like you're saying, it's the letting go of trying to be still that
yeah.
allows stillness
To just be,
to
yeah,
just be
yeah,
what
yeah,
it
yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah,
And that's what's so ironic about it. You're like,
yeah,
oh, yeah, here we are, Americans trying to like, for me, like, and I talk to folks here is like trying to effort our way because we have this like sense of needing to earn our freedom and earn our liberation and earn like our
yeah,
sense of worthiness.
yeah.
And so meditation takes on that same form of like, oh, I
Oh
gotta work
man,
hard at it. I have to earn it. And it serves a purpose again, like that serves someone who wants to sell something. If someone wants to sell something on a market, it helps people who are in this like capitalist system that we're in. If you need to earn something, then we can sell you something to earn it, like it's actually that's where there's this shadow in a lot of spiritual stuff right
yes,
now,
yes, yeah,
where people are creating these spiritual egos to sell something because they need money or whatever it is. There's nothing, again, like wrong with that.
yeah, yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
just ask the inquiry is like, why is someone so motivated? Why do they like is there's an agenda to their spiritual teachings?
Mm-hmm.
What's the motivation, and why does someone like selling that I need to earn my way to this sense of liberation, like there's something that's
Or
being
only through me, or only through this
yes,
teaching, or only
right.
this way. Yeah,
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 right. And so there it's like, and that can be mostly unconscious or subconscious,
yeah, of
right?
course,
Not like
yeah.
but there are like you can kind of trace back, okay, like why is that? Like why are people saying that? And so I love how like Dzogchen, like my teacher, like never asked, like for me to pay her anything, or there was no like assumption that there was
Mm-hmm.
any exchange that way. But the premise of Dzogchen is you are already enlightened. And
Yeah,
that's like again, just like, if in a capitalist society you're like, oh, we're already worthy. how would you sell things? It's like, because like
Yeah,
there's nothing to gain, it's
yeah.
like, oh shoot, then like I don't need to do XYZ, like,
I
because
don't need to use L'Oreal shampoo to be worth it.
yeah, exactly. Yes, it's like, oh my God, like how crazy. It's so radical that it's hard to wrap your mind around when you're
Yeah,
like, what do you
yeah,
mean there's nothing to do?
yeah.
I'm
I
already
don't
in love.
need to buy this handbag to feel that I have a value or like something like that, you know? Yeah.
Yeah. And at the same time, the opposite's true, just holding the duality, like, and the same time, there seems to be, for some people, at least for me, there was a process of
Of
like
course.
needing to devote to certain practices and do certain things. So it's like they're holding both as true, and for some people, there's not. And
Yeah.
and those are fun. Yeah, that's fun stories to hear about people with their like just completely random awakenings too. But
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
I could like yeah.
good
We
chat
we
forever.
talk we could just talk and talk and there's like because it's a vast topic, it's a fascinating topic. And I also always love to talk to someone who actually had an experience of being, exposed to a particular tradition or particular teaching or particular modalities and everything. I just love to I love to like hear what's out there through someone's direct experience of it rather than just like generally learning about it from someone.
I'm just like so excited to connect. And I told you this before, but like when I heard your story on Angelo DeLulo's YouTube, I was just it did that thing that we were talking about, like really, it really humanized the experience for me, like because you were so raw in that moment of just like being so open of talking about the experience directly as it was for you uniquely. What didn't exactly perfectly match, but it matched so much of what I was experiencing that there's something so powerful when you feel it's almost like just a visceral feeling, like you're saying, like that you can feel that that person's experiencing the same thing that you're
Yes,
experiencing.
yes,
And that's what, like, yeah, that brought me into be able to feel that sense of, oh, okay. Like I'm not alone. There's something here. I don't know still really what this is, but it's as humans, I think that's something like that we just, again, even no matter what stage you're at, having someone to connect to sort of connect the dots and see like, I'm not the only one. There are others experiencing that. I
yeah,
think that what you're doing with these conversations too is just a really beautiful way of being able to do both that, like share something where it's completely unique to each person, and yet there's something we connect to in the story, even if it's
yes.
not the language, it's like a sense, like, oh, this person and I are experiencing something very similar, if not the same. So yeah, just really.
Thank you so much for saying that because I know that there are so many people who are, and it's absolutely fine, that will say, "Oh my God, yet another story of awakening." I'm so sick of hearing, "Let me tell you about my journey." Like, there's a part of me that gets this, there's the part of me that is like, "But why?" You know what I mean? Like, what's the problem with that? But for me, what you just said, it's precisely about that. I just think that we often it's sometimes it's not the teaching that we need or even modality. Sometimes we just need to hear another human and say, shit, I've been through this. Wow, you've been through this as well. Like, okay, it's like, there's even if it's just for feeling like you're not going completely crazy and you don't have to like go and see psychiatrist because you're like, okay, she sounds quite normal. Like you can just stand it and went through those crazy experiences. Okay, so maybe it's not, as terrible as I thought it was, or like, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And maybe in each story that you hear of different people, you hear something that you quite literally just needed to hear at this point because it either gave you reassurance or clarified something for you that you've been kind of grappling with. But the best thing that the thing that I'm most grateful that you said is that You said that I sort of somehow managed to humanize the experience. This is why the title of my second book is called Awakening to be Human. I'm
Yes,
gonna
I love that. And
I'm
it
gonna
that
plug
is how
it in.
I mean, that's how it feels to me in like at the end of that story, that it's like, oh, this is what it actually means to be human. That's what it feels like to me. It's like, oh, this whole time it feels like maybe I was trying to be something other than human.
Yes, yeah,
But actually, this allows me to be human by just being this, just being here, just
yeah,
allowing it all to be
yeah,
here. And like
yeah.
that fullness of humanity, which like I think, yeah, sometimes in spiritual circles it can be like, oh, humanity's reduced to something small.
Or a nuisance or an
Yeah,
obstacle on the
right,
path or
right.
yeah,
Or it's like reduced to the physical as something very like, yeah, lower than or something. But
yeah,
actually like really being in like that sense of like the physical is this and it is all of this like the humanness is so much like it's like and that's what's so exciting then and that's why I feel like it is. I think last time we talked I said like it feels like with the that sense of shifting out of that sense of self like it felt like I was born into like a new life because like it's like coming out of the womb, like going through the void and then coming out of the womb again because now I can dive into all of the dualities, all of the eccentricities, all of the humanness in a very like in this feels like much more grounded way because it's like, oh,
yeah.
okay, like I none of it I I don't need to look away from any of it. Like it can all be here and it can all be seen and it can be held and
With
none of
these
it.
circumstances and with these emotions and with these thoughts, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Exactly as
Yeah.
it is. I don't need to wait for my
Right.
circumstance to change or for my mind to be still or for emotions not to be there anymore in order to realize that. You know what I
Yeah. I
mean?
mean, like, for example, just to be specific, like right now, like coming out of all those retreats and things, like I did like have a lot of relationships that like kind of shifted and or I
Mm-hmm.
distanced
Mm-hmm.
myself from or I
Mm-hmm.
was just not available for because like you said, I was very selfish in my compassionate way of being, I was like this I was choosing a very like self-centered path to be in retreat for like so long and what I've done since coming out of those retreats is gotten into these difficult conversations with a lot of friends who are like, where were you? Like, what
Oh,
happened? And because like I
beautiful.
told them, like, I'm on this spiritual journey. I don't know where it's going, but that's hard for us humans to just be like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
And so being in conversation with people in repair, say like, I'm sorry I hurt you by being on retreat, to say, I can own that I can see how that hurt you, even if
Yeah.
it wasn't, there's other things to that wound to of like
Yes.
people feeling like, on
Yeah.
their end,
But
there's still,
I recognize that it hurt you. Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
I
And like
get
I
it.
exactly. And that like tell me more. Cause I like the ability I didn't wasn't able to do that before. To be able to
Oh,
like
believe me,
hold that.
zero
Yeah,
acquisition.
just like the discomfort. Yeah. I like talk about it like I used to have the position of like this. Like it's like you're trying so hard to like not be seen and not be able to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
like accountable for everything. So you're like holding your hands in front of your face, being like, please don't tell me like I did anything wrong. Please don't like just point out any of my flaws, right? But now it feels like taking the hands down and being like, you know what? Like tell me. I want
Yeah.
to hear because I
Yeah.
want to know. Like I want to also like be a human that doesn't hurt other humans, even if it's like if I'm doing my spiritual path and like I'm not meaning to hurt anyone, but someone
Yeah.
was along the
Yeah.
way. Like, and those are the things that happen. I think that I don't hear folks talking about too. It's just like it is very selfish. It's self-centered on some of these points. And that's okay. And like we're in a broader context of community. And for me,
Yeah.
that was like we talked about, that was always sort of where I centered things from the beginning
Yeah.
of my life.
Yeah.
So I've had to resolve these things every step of the way as well, to be like, okay, and now how am I in context of a broader community, and how am I giving to my community, or how am I hurting my community? That's really important to me.
But
And
now, isn't that amazing that
yeah.
you come back into that community with a completely different lens and just
Yeah.
really this open space, to see, and to know like what's what and everything, and being
Yeah.
so aware of your own BS and like your
Yes.
own expectations of how things should be, and like all sorts of things, I think it really is the most, so it makes me kind of, oh my God, I have to tell you this because I was having a conversation with someone and I talked about, because someone said no self, like that, like no self, no accountability. But I'm like, it's the opposite.
The
It's
opposite.
literally the opposite because
Absolute
you're
opposite.
so, because you have no like resistance to discomfort. You own your I own my shit like I never owned my shit before. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So someone went and like at this point it really cracks me up when I say something like this and someone jumped in the comments and said, "Well, who is the one who owns the shit?" or something like that. And I'm like, okay, yeah. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like I'm not even getting like involved in those sorts of like commentary, but
Yeah, I mean, I definitely went through one of those stages, and actually I kind of skipped over that in the story, but yeah, like I went through the who is the one, all that, like,
oh, did
and
you?
that's,
Did you?
yeah, I did. I did that inquiry stuff, like with and the Ramana Maharshi and like all that. And it's funny, it's hard for me sometimes to remember every start stage, but like though that was real when it was real. And so for people who are making that comment, that's like what angle, like we talked about, I think last time, like there are different angles that you see reality through. And that's one angle of seeing the world. It kind of like there's you could say like a diamond in which like we kind of see it refracted, like
Yeah, yeah,
different
yeah,
images.
yeah,
And
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and I see it like, there's a time like, and when you're like, who's the one? There's no one.
Yeah,
But
I call it like non-dual police. It's just like the people who like seem to be like on a lookout to like catch you and say, if you're
yeah,
saying this, then you don't get it. Or like if you're saying this, then blah
I
blah blah.
definitely,
Yeah.
I think I didn't do that, which I'm glad I
Oh,
did.
oh, but by the
I
way,
didn't.
I've done my own version of being like a spiritual asshole. I just haven't done
Oh
this
yeah, yeah.
version.
For sure. I was gonna say, like, I've done my other versions of spiritual assholery, but that was not my version. I did that more internally. That was more like at my own stuff. But I think my more of my stuff was about love, like the whole like love, because that was such a big narrative for
Right.
me.
Yes, 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 yes,
And
yes.
that was bypassing like some of the things that like I at that time wasn't able to see, because the identity of love was held,
Yes,
as like
yes.
but the yeah, the like no self, like intellectualizing
Yeah,
the
yeah.
like no
But this is
self.
but this is to me an amazing example of how the mind can quite literally, quote unquote, hijack the no self, the emptiness. It's all a dream. It's an illusion. You know what I mean? To
Yeah.
like bypass things and like resist and actually, which is why a huge part of this journey is that for me at least has been actually learning what it means to be honest by
Yes.
realizing how I was continuously BSing myself,
That's
about
pretty
how
much,
I'm
I think that's
yeah.
like the best
The
summary of
best.
the whole thing. I think honestly, it's like, and that's why like at the end you feel like super accountable, because it's
Yes.
like, oh, at actually the end, like it just brings up so much to be accountable for, because you're like, oh, there's so much dishonesty, and
Yep.
they keep uncovering there's so many very subtle ways that we're dishonest. And sometimes also in this world, I mean, to get by in a day, go into the grocery store, a lot of us like just say like, how are you doing? Good.
Yeah.
It's like how honest you are in any given moment is somewhat contextual too, in like in our communities and like and just the broader karma of our
Yeah.
world. And that it's not safe to be honest for a lot of people, if like if people of
Oh
color
yeah.
were honest
Oh
with a police person, like, like there's reasons to be dishonest, but there's a way in which we're not honest with ourselves and we don't know we're not
yeah.
honest.
That's the thing. That's what I'm pointing
And
to. That
that's,
yes.
yeah. So I think that's where when you see through it, because there's the non-duality is like, yeah, taking that barrier down, you see through and it's just there. And you're like, oh shit, I've been
Yep.
lying this whole time. I've been manipulating. I've
Yes.
been on. And when you thought that was someone else, it was someone else's problem. It was always you too. And that's the being able to be accountable to me now and also own like the psychology of things is like, oh, okay, like let me really see what what in me led to this, and the other person can be accountable too. It's not like a
Mm,
one-way street, but to be able to own that again, I think even like it breaks down the barrier in the other person too. And you
big
can
time.
see that like it starts to bring their walls down and
Yep.
then they start to see things more clearly. So there's a way in which like that, that's a very like we
Mm,
can do that for each other.
mm,
That by just being able to own your shit, like someone's more likely to own theirs.
yeah.
And then there's more of a sense of non-duality between you.
Yeah.
So it's like, ironically, by being in that sense of owning your stuff, there's more connection and there's less separation. And it's just, just feel that through living it. You can't like,
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain that, but it's just what it feels like when you do it. And
But
that's
by
how life,
but I think that it's almost like a default, um, but even that can be turned into like like, let me show you how I own my shit. So you will start
yeah.
owning yours. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's fascinating
Yeah, it can
how
be
anything can
weaponized.
anything can be like, or let me be brutally honest with you. And that's actually not honesty. That's just like spewing things and like projections and all sorts of things. So there's this beautiful shadowy stuff that's, I say beautiful because I actually find it genuinely fascinating and beautiful and just
Definitely.
worth looking at to quite literally everything. But there's something really amazing happening when you become aware of your own shit.
Yeah.
Um, and that includes like really your narcissism, your manipulations, your lies, your all sorts of things. It's just, and I mean, this has to be, I'm talking fully, like full on. Yeah. Because I was saying to someone yesterday, there's a difference between saying, oh, there's a little bit of narcissist in everyone. Yes. Versus literally seeing that bit of narcissism in yourself. It's a world, it's crashing. It annihilates you because it crashes your whole self-image as this righteous, better than, morally superior. It literally throws you off your fucking high horse. So when you fall off, down from that high horse, it's like you start seeing people by default. I would say that non-judgment is a default that comes out of that. So it's
Yeah.
not that you don't have an opinion about someone. It's not that you're condoning certain behaviors. It's not that you're okay with being abused or with being insulted or like, I don't know, yeah. It's just that that judgment that sets you apart in any way, that makes you superior, is gone. And when people feel that, when you walk around people, you don't even have to say, but if you walk around people and you constantly look down on them patronizingly and constantly judging them, they pick up on that. And they respond to that, and they don't respond the way you want them to respond to, right? So when that expectation goes, and when you just see people for who they are and let them be that, you know, then something happens in those people. They relaxed. They are more relaxed about you. They're more willing to open up. And even if they don't open up, it's still fine. You know what I mean? Like
Yes,
you get.
exactly. You don't need, and that's why like it's a good thing to look for in teachers to like, do they need you to open up? Are they
Yeah,
okay with you just
yeah,
not opening up?
yeah,
And that's okay, you know. But yeah, it is something it's really interesting to see, you know, that happen in daily life. It's true, like that, like people will just randomly open up to me, like, you know, and just share something that just yesterday or the day before, this woman came up to me and started crying and just started telling me about how her husband had passed. And I just met her. Like there was no conversation. There
wow,
was no, but there is something energetically, I think, like
yeah,
that people can pick up on that that there's a more of a sense of like, well, if you're willing to look at things more directly, like in yourself and
yes,
own them and have more
yeah,
accountability, then
yeah,
it's okay for other people to feel and do things like because I've grieved a lot and I'm like
yeah,
full on in grief, then someone else can feel like, oh, like somehow on a subtle level, like this grief is okay here, you know?
yeah, yeah,
And I think that's like, yeah, for me, it is very like it's that day-to-day ordinariness of like nothing needs to be said about like my spiritual path or like what
yes,
I've
yeah,
through for that moment to happen. And that's what's so beautiful is like being able to be in those sorts of situations where you have little moments here and there where maybe you could be a little bit more of a safe place for somebody or something, you know?
yeah.
But still there's stuff like, you know, I think like ongoing that like I still need to sit with or still need to see directly and it will be revealed like that
Sure, of
95%.
course. Yes.
And so it's like someone like I feel like this is what I love about astrology, you know, too, is that like it holds the dualities. It's circular. There's dualities all across it, right? And so like there's like the Scorpio, you know, comes out and like pierces you with like its tail and it's in that sense of shattering or like even of dividing, you know, that like that sense of not unifying, you know, and into a unity, but by shattering is the same
Yes.
process.
Yes.
Yeah. And so, like, sometimes what we need is someone to come out and sting us with that stinger and shatter our sense of who we think we are.
Mm,
Sometimes it's
mm,
come together
mm,
in unity and like feel the
mm.
unity with a tree, you know, but they're the same thing, but through, you know, different means or different ways of
Yes.
expressing. And
Yeah.
it's just, I think that's a really beautiful thing to own and recognize is like, oh yeah, you know, like every person's gonna have different ways of getting to where they're going or
Yes.
whatever they need to
Yes.
express themselves. And it almost seems like through those different dualities that we can come to a better sense of wholeness of ourselves, not to be like, oh, like you're this, I'm this. Like it's like, oh, okay, actually, we're all of this.
Yeah.
And I'm both completely human and also completely this non-dual
Yeah.
stillness thing, whatever it is, that it's 100% all of it at the same time, and that none of it has to threaten the other.
And you know, so many people, like the people who come to me for like birth chart readings, some, it's like half and half. Half of them are on the spiritual journey, awakening journey, whatever. But half are people who are not interested in awakening, but they're just like, yeah. And it really is like the space in which, because I come from like literally zero judgment for what I'm seeing in their chart, especially when it comes to like the shadowy bits, you know, it's through that space that they get to embrace the both the both sides, you know what I mean? And with that embrace and relaxing into, oh my God, I don't have to be perfect, I don't have to achieve, I don't have to, you know, whatever. That's how they then there's an opening to something even greater than that. So, you know, in that way, to me, the chart and the planets are really just uh the gateways into that, you know, through seeing clearly, you know, what's happening, you know, where the stuckness or where the separation is and blah blah blah, you know. And you can adapt that to anyone. So I don't care if someone who comes to me, because to me everybody is the same. It's like, to me this stuff just doesn't even like cross my mind, you know what I mean? Because the conditioned self is still here and with everybody. So I mean that's what we're looking at, aren't we? So yeah, but that's like another, astrology is like another topic, but yeah. So
I know
I think,
someday I'd love to talk to you about astrology more. I know. Yeah, just for any of folks out there and for me included who were very like externally focused to have tools like astrology or human design. I've also like
mhm,
gone down that rabbit hole or things that like where it's, you know, the people warn of the danger of like holding another identity, you know, having another thing you
yeah,
attach
yeah,
to.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
But if held lightly, like it can be a really like all those tools are really helpful for introspection, like and for
yeah,
reflection. And I think
yeah,
those are like the two words, the introspection and reflection, that especially if you're more focused outward and you need more that internal focus, like having a tool to like it's like a mirror upon if you're not reflecting upon like your relationships or whatever, to have like something you could sit with just you and you like to be able to bring out insights is so powerful. And you don't have to hold on to anything too tightly to do that. You know, it can just
no,
be like an inquiry practice of like, okay, if I have like a Taurus moon, what does that, where can I
yeah,
see that in myself? And then it kind of like reflects different parts of your experience. So I feel that, yeah, that I just it's been so important ongoing for me. Like as I like look
yes,
at transits or whatever, and I'm like, shit, like how can I use this transit as a reflection point? Be like, oh, okay, like Uranus is about to conjunct with Jupiter. Like
yeah,
what where could I see this or not see this like in my life as a point of reflection? Because there still is that sense of like a dual like way of reflecting and introspecting at the same time that there's a non-dual experience.
yeah.
So
Because
it's
I
like,
mean, to me, the chart represents the conditioned self. Yeah.
yes, yeah,
And so, and it just shows you, here it is, you know, have a look, right? And so that conditioned self continues beyond the realization. You know,
yes,
I'm still the Maggie who is
yes,
definitely not Virgo type. I am definitely Sagittarius, okay? I definitely operate in such a way that I will never work 24/7. I will need a lot of rest and then I will work a lot and then I'll need and that's my Mars in Taurus, right? And I can go
yeah,
on and on and on, right? So just because I had this realization doesn't mean that this me that is called Maggie now is no longer a person that has those traits and those tendencies. And Sarah, even I've noticed, and you'll know what I'm talking about. I call it echoes of old patterns.
mm-hmm,
So the pattern is no longer operating, but there's like an echo of residue of it. There's almost like remembering that this was a thing. So it's still like I call it an echo or a residue, because the pattern is no longer playing out, but what held that pattern in place for so long, there's like a residue of it, but it's just, you can't even put your finger on it. It's probably runs way down into like the so-called subconscious or like whatever, yeah. And I very rarely looked at my own astrology, but I looked at transits recently because I was looking at my transits for someone about someone. Okay. Um, and because they asked me a question, so I did. And I'm like looking, I'm like, oh my God, this is like literally what's going on transits wise is speaking quite literally to a residue of a pattern that is like at the last degree of that particular transit and is about to dip into a completely different house. And that's like, yeah, but you can literally see the residue of a pattern still playing out, like quite literally. I don't cease to be like mind blown, like how unbelievable this is, like the language of this, and how I personally use it. I understand where the concerns are coming from, like with the non-dual, because the non-dual police is very against astrology, and I understand why, of which the biggest kind of thing is that it reinforces the separate self, it reinforces the duality, it reinforces the separate self, identity, and so on. And by the way, it absolutely can do that. And it does, but it really depends how who uses it and how they use astrology, where it like literally can like be all about identity and not, and you just never see yourself beyond that, so that I'm not denying that this is possible, but for me this is like the most incredible tool for inquiry, the
Yeah.
most incredible tool for inquiry. That's it. It just helps you, like, even the certain patterns that sometimes people are like, what is going on here? I don't understand why I'm acting this way. Why is this like a repetitive thing in my life? And they just like dig and wander and try to like figure it out. And then you can just look at the astrology and it's like the astrology will explain you, as long obviously as you know your time of birth, will explain to you as to why this is a repetitive thing and why this is a thing, and blah 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 blah. What you're gonna do with that, how you're gonna use it, that knowledge and everything, it depends on different people. I can tell you that I had a conversation with someone who considered themselves fully realized, who was ridiculing astrology, that if you still use astrology in any shape or form, you can't possibly be, awake or realized or whatever, whose relationship, like a string of toxic, chaotic, codependent relationships in
There's
tatters.
probably something in the chart that shows that.
There's probably, I would think there'll be something like, yeah. And the thing is, though,
Mm.
and then I'm speaking, and then I sit with someone who's not even interested in awakening, who comes to me, but they are like, you know what? I am in this relationship. I'm in this relationship, and like, what's going on? And who are willing to explore it, to look at it, like what is going on here? And they end up having much healthier relationships as a result. I did a reading a couple of months ago with a guy that shocked me. That doesn't happen very often, but it was unbelievable. There was a pattern that he was playing out constantly within the relationship. He loves the wife. He loves the, like, it's he cares about his wife and everything. And I uncovered this, well, not uncover, I'm just translating a language. Like, it's not like I uncovered the pattern. And I said, in this circumstances, try this. Try this and see what happens. Is it gonna like shift the how you feel, but also the dynamic, and try it. Sarah, within a day, he was in touch with me the next day. He said the situation happened. He he suggested what I suggested, and he's like, I can't believe what happened. Like the impact that it had on him, like something quite literally lost its grip, within him. Uh, and he said, I just can't believe it. That's all it took to like, you know what I mean? So awake
Yeah.
or not awake, we deal with life, we deal with
Yeah.
relationships, and this shit plays out. The patterns
Yeah.
play
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. Like that's the thing is like whether you like it or not, life is gonna life. Like your life shows you what you're up to, like
Yeah.
you said, like your relationships, like what's going on in your day to day is a reflection of that karma, whether you see it in the chart,
Yes.
which I
Yes. Yeah.
also I see it too, for me, but like I think the karmic momentum, it's very helpful to have some reference point, a map for that karmic map to look
Mhm.
at. Where can I look? Like it's taking
Yeah.
the spotlight or the flashlight. Where can I look to
Yeah.
shine the light on that part of
Yes.
seeing? Because if it's karmic, it's something that you're in a pattern of that you can't see by definition because you are it. Like
Yeah.
you are like your ancestors were it, like whatever, however it came into your life, like the way you were raised. So like for me, like I didn't see abuse or like what we call that until I was in a position of being able to look from another vantage point. And that's what like it's like a triangulation of needing a reference point to look at something directly that you couldn't look at directly before
Yes.
because you didn't have a reference point. And that's what's interesting about like how we work. And I, I don't know exactly why that is, but it feels like without a reference point, without a reflection, without a mirror, whether it's through a person or through astrology or whatever that is, we can't see ourselves and we can't fully know ourselves. And I love that astrology and other tools like it are, you can do it in solitude. You can only go so far, right? Because
Yes.
like for
Yeah.
like me, like working out now, repair in relationships, that has to be done with other people. Like I can't just like be with my astrology and be like, but, but like there's a lot you can do in like uncovering and just looking into those parts of ourselves, like you said, and shifting things. Like I think one of the things that really helped me in looking at both mine and other people's charts is seeing how we handle emotions differently, because that's like a huge, huge thing that most of us don't understand or aren't with each other on.
Yes.
And then have all these
Yes.
misunderstandings because since my moon's in Taurus, like I feel very much in my body and it's very like visceral and it's very like immediate.
Yep.
I have other indications of that too in my chart, but then someone else who has like an air moon may have a very different feeling, or in their
Yeah.
emotions may be intellectualized a bit more. There might be like a way in which their reasoning and logic is like kind of pulled into the conversation.
Yeah.
And without holding that duality, then I would, it's very easy to judge someone or to like project your own like beliefs onto someone else. Like, why aren't you feeling the way I'm feeling? Or why,
Yes. Yes.
like, and then making someone other wrong than you instead of like opening like the sort of like your arms to hold both at the same time. Like these
Yeah.
can both exist at the same time. Not one has to be better than the other. The way that like an astrology chart does, that they're in opposition and not neither are better than or worse than. They're
Yes.
in a
Yes.
circle.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and that's so useful for a tool for compassion. I think that's the biggest thing like I use astrology now for is like self-compassion and compassion for others, because you can see that like, this just is this, like this
Yes.
person just has this quality and that's what it is. And to accept it is like, and then be able to hold that and then be able to move into a sense of
And you're
we
not
don't,
making it personal as well. You know
yeah,
what I mean? You
yeah,
then, yeah, and either way, and it really is all there. And I call it like this compassion with capital C. You know what I mean? That it's it's because you see this stuff in yourself, you're willing to see how it plays out in other people, and it completely shifts the way you just see people. It's just it's a complete, it's almost like, you know what, Sarah, like people, I get really emotional saying that, but people are no longer held hostage by who you need them to be as
yeah,
well. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So
yes,
that you can feel okay, so that I can feel okay, or like whatever. And there's just something so because so much of like pain that's in the many relationships, whether it's with parents or is about wishing that they were different.
yeah,
There's so much pain in that, and I get that. Like I totally get that. And it can be actually really slightly unsettling moment of even grief when you actually see them for the first time as they are, and you realize that actually there's not much there. For example, that they're like the bond that maybe you were trying to build, you stop building the bond. You don't expect them to be a certain way, behaving a certain way toward you. And then being with that, there can be a grief. There can be like, it's a whole new territory as well. But my point is that you don't even let, because it sounds like you choose to do that. It's the letting people be exactly who they are is just a default from that realization, and from seeing the ultimate innocence also of the fact that someone behaves this way, acts that way. Yeah. But this is I call it capital T compassion, C compassion, because this can be so easily misconstrued as me saying that this has nothing to do with condoning behaviors or putting up with behaviors. It's just a seeing of those behaviors that transforms fundamentally,
actually
and
it's yeah, and it's actually because of that complete acceptance that you're talking about that you can be accountable for your own relationship to that person.
yeah,
Like you
that
said,
and not only that, you actually, it quite literally makes no sense not to set boundaries or not to
yes,
say no, because it's so clear and so pragmatic when this is called for. It's a complete no-brainer, but it doesn't come from a place of like defense and separation and whatever. It's almost like, I call it like, it doesn't it's peaceful in essence, the boundary. Like, I get you. I get that you have to shout at me. I get it. I get that you have a lot of suppressed anger, and I don't have to put up with this, right?
exactly. That's
So it's
again, that's
both,
it's the both and of it again, where it's
right?
the holding the duality and the non-duality of that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And yeah, and I think it's amazing to me that like, yeah, there's so much, it is, it's almost the thing that's preventing us from doing that, from like really accepting who someone is or how they're showing us who they are, someone being maybe, aggressively angry in a way that's not like healthy for me or whatever it is. To be able to accept that means, I think we kind of, at least for me, I can speak for myself, to not accept that as truth. That's what it is. That's the reality of this situation,
Yes.
is because I want to avoid the grief of having to let this person go. Like there's like almost like a subconscious or
Yeah.
unconscious knowing that if I accepted this, that means that I'd have to take accountability for my own well-being. That means I'd have to protect myself by
Yeah.
setting a boundary. That means that I would have to grieve, and this person would be too much to grieve.
Yeah.
And that's just very real, and I think that just like don't try to meditate too hard. Like, it's like don't try to like let go or set boundaries too hard, or if it doesn't work, because I think there's a messy way to do boundaries too, where you're like, well, that
Yes.
person's like unhealthy. But there's a very like gentle, easeful way too that it feels different from like, just holding a boundary means I recognize you in this moment for what you're doing. And I recognize that I don't feel good about it. And I just
Yes.
don't want this.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to sit with the discomfort of both, like that, of how much this grief is going to feel like, and how much even just the pain of this moment feels, how much
Yeah.
it hurts that you're doing this.
Yeah.
And how much I wish it was different or whatever it is, like,
Yeah.
but just to hold all of that means that like I don't need the other person to change, and I'm willing to do whatever I need to do to protect and hold like whatever I'm trying to be
Whatever.
up.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Exactly.
that yeah, I think that's a huge one for me, for someone who is more other focused for so
Mm-hmm.
long,
Mm-hmm.
was focused on the other person's well-being and not focused on my own. So to be
Yeah.
able to have a sense of like protection or boundaries that really like helped support me as an individual is something I've had to grow into and still growing into. And I think, in a sense, being less boundaried, helped with like some of the spiritual journey of like being very surrendery and like very like go the flow and stuff.
Yes.
But then there's a
Yes.
certain point when you recognize, oh, actually, that's another identity. That's another way that I'm holding one side of the like a polarity, and I'm not
Yeah.
holding the other. And
Yeah.
I think Carl Jung talked about like, the only way we really grow is through the tension of the opposites, like the tension that we hold between the two dueling sides. And if I'm only go with the flow and I don't have boundaries, then I'm not going to be able to go
Yeah.
very far in terms of just
But
moving.
that's duality right there. That's
Yeah,
duality right there. The push
yeah.
and pull, right?
Hmm.
The fixation on one thing, the aversion towards some, that's yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah. And
but the but the boundaries, and the thing is that it's the this isness, I even call it like it's beyond radical acceptance, because when we start thinking about acceptance and even what radical means, we will come against the wall at some point, because what's radical for me might not be radical for you. So this is like this even defies the whatever notion of what radical is. And in this sense, it's almost like it goes as far as that if I set a boundary and I say to someone, you know what, like I'm done. Like I really don't want to, and I don't have to be dealing with this situation, then it translates into even the discomfort of the implications of that, which is if that person is gonna get huffy or or well, fuck you then, or and not speak to you for God knows how long, then you're okay with that. And if you're not okay with that, then you're okay with the fact that you're not okay about that and that it hurts or something like that. You know what I mean? There is no boundary here, as to that I'm speaking, there is no boundary to that radical okayness, like it really
yeah,
extends beyond even the notion of feeling okay or not feeling okay about something, because,
yeah.
right?
It's like just that like there's an okayness with the not okayness,
Yes.
and that,
Yeah.
you know, and that's still, yeah, like that that not okayness continues on like that, like for the rest of your life, there's some elements that are just not going to be okay.
Yeah.
Things are going to happen. People in your life die, like someone gets mad at you, whatever, things happen. But I think, yeah, as far as I understand so far, and I'm curious what will happen in my life to come, but like right now, it
Yeah.
feels like the fundamental okayness is the thing that is the freedom to fuck up, for someone else to do something like
Yeah.
that does hurt me, but for me to be okay.
Yeah.
For like it's not for life to be easy, but it's for life to happen and for there to be this underlying sense of like, regardless, there is this, and you
Yeah.
can call it love, you could call it just life, you could call it whatever. But I think that's what my sense is for like for me and a lot of folks who, when we grasp onto something, we're trying to hold on to it, and relationships, whatever it is, to find a sense of security, something to control, something to keep still.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
because there's this longing for that stillness of the okayness, of
Yeah.
something that's going to make me feel okay, but it's never going to be in those things. It can be for temporarily, but it
Yeah.
won't be on that sort of ongoing way. And because of that, it's through that. I mean, like it's through the uncovering that it's not through these things that we find out it's not in these things, but at the same time, like it's always here. So it's like it's fascinating, yeah, that like there's an intelligence that knows like in us that there's something that's always okay. There's something that we can feel that's still and solid and secure and stable. And there's also life and it's movement and it's change and it's both. And
Yeah.
that there's a way to live in this world with both, like accompanying you, like and with you, like that you can be that stillness and be change, and to be able to hold the security of knowing, regardless of what happens in
Yeah.
my life, there's still this.
Yeah. There's
And
freshness to it. There's just
yeah,
freshness to it and sort of like intimacy, you know?
yeah,
There's like
right.
intimacy as a kind of experience, not like I'm intimate with something. It's just it's an intimacy that's inherent to just the way life is experienced. That is actually kind of inherent to that isness, I would say, that is intimate. So even though we
Yeah,
don't know what it is, even though it's unnailable and remains a mystery, it's palpable.
yeah.
It's palpable, even though we have no fucking clue what it ultimately is.
Yeah, and for me it's like very physical. Like
Yes,
I physically am a feel like every day I feel this thing that's like it never went away. Like when I
yes,
went to like one of Angelo's community meetings, I was like it was very fresh and I was like, what's going on, Angelo? And he just saw it in me and he was like, oh, like, and I guess there were a few other guest folks on too, and they all just looked at me with that same look where they were just recognizing it
yeah,
and they could see it in me, but it, I think I was so blown away by the fact it was so physical, like it was so intimate in a very like this is like very felt and very like embodied and very real in such a way that like yeah, and I think that just that having that sense, it is so probably unique to every person and so close and literally like right here that it does feel like the ultimate intimacy of wanting to feel that sense of closeness, that sense of being seen or being loved or being known
mm,
within yourself,
mm,
you know? Um, Not that the longing for I still feel like, there's still that humanness of wanting to connect with other humans and be seen by other humans and all of that still exist, but there's also this like existential longing to be known and loved and seen in this way. And I think that's what Adyashanti talks about. Like, or he's like, the no self thing takes care of, or it comes to this fruition of this existential dread and this existential questioning and as existential seeking. But that's different than like, okay, and now like deal with your shit about like all the karmic patterns and like, yeah, are
Yeah.
you in a
Yeah.
codependent relationship? Do you need to center more in your sense of self or whatever? Because like it still is a sense of that separate self. So, but the existential stuff is what then like where the seeking ends and like
Yes.
the
Yes.
sense
Yes.
of not, there's just, this is just present all the
Yeah.
time now.
Yeah. There's no, and I think that this is the thing that it's permanent. Like it's not
Yes.
something,
And
and I think Angelo used the term, it's quote unquote self-validating. And it is actually quite interesting because with all the experiences that I had, the emptiness, the nothingness, the dissolution of the not in my God, the void, the everything, in comparison, like I mean, those were really important. I believe those were a very important part of the fucking trajectory. Okay, um, um, because something was shifting with each experience like that, right? Something was really on like a fundamental level or whatever, or at least so it seems. But the but those in comparison feel like still kind of states like expanded mind or something like that. Like, in other words, the mind was still involved, but it experienced like these expanded as the resistance was dropping. The mind was basically relaxing, so to speak. So there was like the relaxation of the mind. And so that's why I feel like the mind was involved in this still, as expanded as it was, and incredible stuff with, inside and yeah. Whereas this, not to do with the mind, not to do with
yeah,
the mind. So
totally.
it's I have no language, Sarah. I still don't have the language, but I remember when the isness revealed itself, and I didn't even know how I knew that. But I said to my partner, it's not even consciousness. It's
No.
not, it's beyond. And I said to him, and I still don't know how I knew that or why I said that. I said it's beyond consciousness and even consciousnesses.
Yes.
But I didn't know because I had none of those words. Like, I mean, I didn't know I was
Yeah,
fucking producing these words.
I know.
You
And there are
know?
a lot of like really well-known teachers who don't see it that way, right? So like, and who do kind of feel like consciousness, or they use those words as sort of like that's the culmination of the path
Right.
or whatever, and it can be confusing, all the language and things.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think what you're saying is, yeah, it was just the feeling of like coming for me, like from the unity. It felt like everything was so expansive, like you're saying. If I drew it, it would be like a giant circle. It's like instead of me being this like little circle, I became a giant circle,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And then, but then the isness pops the circle.
Yes. Yes.
And all of a sudden, and then it becomes a black hole. And then it's like it does feel, it's like a supernova or whatever collapsing on itself. It's like you start as this like fiery ball, you explode into this giant expansive thing, and then you
Yes.
collapse into a black hole, and then everything gets sucked into the black hole, so there's
Yeah.
nothing, feels of nothing's.
Nothingness. Yeah. 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 Yes.
And
Yes. Yes.
then, as they say, actually, like scientists to this day, I guess, think that there's like a unity or like a eternal point in the black hole,
Yes.
which is
Yes.
like
Yes.
there's like timelessness, and so it's like a perfect metaphor because it's like, oh, because then you come to this kind of still point at that in the middle of the black hole, that where this eternity seems to be,
Yeah.
and then this there isn't any separation. Um, but it's interesting because yeah, there isn't that. I think it's almost the expansiveness is still the longing, the
Yes.
expansiveness, the longing for to be connected with everything. Whereas the collapse of that expansion into that just still point or the stillness or whatever
Yeah.
is everything.
Yeah.
It just is
It just
everything.
is. Yes.
You're not
Yeah.
trying to be everything or not trying to attune to everything or connect with everything that because that still is that sense of
Yeah.
duality. But
Yeah.
just
Align with something or whatever.
Mhm.
There's no sense of like the me that actually tries to kind of
Yeah,
that would try to align with something. But I
right.
actually think I know it's like a thingy, but I mean it's all gone now. But um I just wanted to pick up your thoughts on that because it just came up for me recently. Actually, my first awakening, now that I see like in retrospect, was the what I call now the glimpse of the isness. Because I remember vividly that it was like, wow, life just is. Like if you like, but also like if it's like because my mind stopped and it's like I saw that like, oh my God, life just is. And it's like the fucking narratives and commentary, there's like this overlay. But like if you just don't have that, which because it stopped, it was just life, you know? They were like the what 5 minutes earlier I see as problems no longer look like a problem within like split second. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now I see it into like the first glimpse to isness. It was my first,
Yeah.
but a glimpse because then it changed because and then I had to go through all the emotional work. I'm not saying I had to, I'm not saying I'm not turning it into like a rule, okay? Just so anybody knows. I'm just speaking about the way it played out for me. That then it seems to me that for that isness to be quote unquote felt and embodied as something that never goes away, I wonder, because I don't know, is it possible without having gone through the crashing of the self-concept, the annihilation of that, and the emotional work and all sorts of things? Because at least I can't imagine. And then when the isness revealed itself, then there was the full thing, and it's never gone away, so to speak, right? But only after I've gone through those things. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
wonder if this is, if many people might have, like myself, glimpses into isness, but then, and they're like, oh, whatever, it's all just this, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the emotional work. It doesn't matter, blah, blah, blah. But the point is, I didn't know that it mattered because I wasn't seeking awakening. These were experiences that was having, whether I liked it or not because someone told me that I should have those experiences before I have a realization. So it's just the way life unfolded. So I'm not even sure 100% what my question is, but do you
Yeah.
see what I'm pointing to?
I do, and it's really interesting because this image came to me. I think it was last week to illustrate this metaphor. Because yeah, I've a lot of things come to me in metaphor to try to help explain
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
some of these things because they're so difficult to put words to. But um, for me, the metaphor that came to me was it's almost like we're all standing and there's this red balloon like right above our heads and we have a sense that there's this longing for the balloon. Like we're like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
no, this balloon is here, but I can't quite see it. Like my head's like, I can't quite see it. And I'm reaching for it though. I'm trying to find this balloon. And I grab the string of the balloon and oh, like it's like got this helium, so it kind of lifts me up, and I feel like this high, this bliss of like when you sort of have your first awakenings, you
Yes,
feel this like
yes.
lifting feeling, but
Yeah,
you don't have the strength to hold on to the balloon. So then you lose your grip and you fall back to the ground. And that
right,
can be like the dark night of the soul, whatever it is, where you feel the impact of like
right.
falling back earth.
Right.
Because it does feel like that you're kind of being almost like that transcendent feeling instead of, and then you like kind of fall back into whatever emotional work you have to work on, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But then you keep doing it. You keep trying to catch the balloon again, and you keep falling back down to the ground, and you keep doing it again until if you do it enough times, you're tuning into that thing, which is this balloon, but you're holding it with more strength now. You can actually pull the balloon with the strength in your arm, with your core
Mm-hmm.
strength down to the ground
Mm-hmm.
so that you can hold the experience of being connected to that balloon, which is this isness, and keep your feet on the ground at the same time without having to be lifted into some transcendent world, right? So there's this sense like of over time, if there is a process that, at least for me, like this is what it kind of felt like. It's like finding enough space and ability in myself to hold the balloon while my feet are on the ground. So there's no sense of being exalted or special or transcendent of anything, but there is a sense like that this thing that was always there, it was always here, but it wasn't necessarily here. You know, it
Mm-hmm.
wasn't really, it didn't feel like it was in my body. It didn't necessarily feel like I didn't have that visceral feeling.
Mm-hmm.
I was connected to it all the time. That what experience wasn't here. And so like that feels like it's a certain almost discipline or devotion that it takes to keep tuning in, keep like feeling that transmission from whoever
Mm-hmm.
like you're
Mm-hmm.
working with, to keep um yeah, feeling into that sense of isness or love or whatever you want to call
Yeah.
it. And but the experience of actually once it's grounded, once you're grounded enough,
Yeah.
is very different from the experience of flying off with a balloon. Right? It's like you're not like getting high off your own supply. You know,
Yes.
it's instead like it's the beauty of that thing is with you, but it's much quieter. It's
Yeah.
grounded. It's
Yeah.
here and it doesn't need to fly off to some high place. You know, it can
Yeah.
be every day. And it you also then don't have the contrast as much of like the high highs and the low lows
Right.
because
Yes.
you're on the ground, you know? So like you're just experiencing the things that are here without trying to escape them or,
Yeah.
collapse
Yeah.
into so
I simply cannot imagine that sense of completeness that I have, which is not the same as the end of the journey, by the way. Um, like the end of it. I can't imagine it without going through those bits. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
And quite honestly, it's like it's not just like a perceptual thing or experiential. It's quite literally the body. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And so, but if I were suppressing emotions and they were kept suppressed and the shit wouldn't come out the way it come out, including rage, you know, I can see how I was for years after the first awakening cut off from my body, like cut off, you know. I couldn't be with my emotions in the body, and I certainly couldn't be with the other people's emotions. Forget about it. You know what I mean? So my point is that again, I suppose it kind of goes back to you can have even like a powerful insight into the isness and genuinely experience it for a moment. Um, but like you said with that balloon, for that balloon to kind of land, so to speak, um, that stuff has to be gone through. And this is why one of my favorite books of all time is Adyashanti's book, The End of Your World. Why
Yeah.
one of my favorite books, because he precisely talked about that. You can have, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not quoting, I'm just saying that, you can have the most powerful, absolutely genuine, profound awakenings and insights, and you still have to deal with your shit. And for as long as you don't deal with your shit, that shit's gonna pull you into suffering because it pulls you into separation, you know? And yes, ultimately, even that doesn't matter. And yes, ultimately, that is also okay. And it's part of this and blah, blah, blah. But like, I was laughing talking to someone saying, yeah, when I'm constipated, it's ultimately okay. And when I'm constipated, I don't resist my constipation. But am I enjoying and do I want to be constipated? No. Like, let's be
Yeah.
honest, ultimately my
Yeah.
constipation is okay, but I am not enjoying the experience. You
Yeah,
know?
and you can do something about it. Like you don't have to like accept it and be like, well, I guess I'll just be constipated for the rest of my life,
Yeah, I
Like
mean, yeah, I mean,
no, like
yeah.
actually, yeah,
You can literally
you can do something.
spiritualize everything away. You can quite literally hide. And when I say you, I mean, like, I've played all of that out. Like, I mean, the there's not one concept, knowledge within spirituality practice. There's not even what was once a profound, genuine experience at some point can be hijacked by the mind to serve as a way of resisting and not looking at certain things and not confronting life or parts of yourself that are just not comfortable, absolutely everything. And I find it absolutely fascinating that is possible and how tricky this can be to spot when this is the case. There's not no end to all the avenues to do with the awakening journey that we could go to, but this is a 4-hour conversation at this point, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get in the same trouble where I'm like, yeah, it's always like long form is always so fascinating to me because it gets to include so much more of the nuance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah.